Hello, everyone. So, if we're not anything, we're punctual. Most some of these creators, they put a time up. One creator goes there and he just sits there and thumbs through paperwork and plays music for like 15 minutes. We cut to the chase and go. Hit the ground running. So what's funny is I was on another channel, Frank's channel last night. He was kind of upset about that guy that took his own life over the photos from the Delphi case. So he was upset, and I saw he was upset, so I tried to go on there, and I did. Just talk to him a little bit. That's a serious situation when someone does something and it results in someone, and Frank didn't do anything, but he was upset at the people that did. And Bob Mata came on, so Bob and I had great dialogue. I really like him. I was kind of skeptical because he's a defense attorney. You know what I mean? I'm always, done my whole career battling against defense attorneys, but he's a realist, and he didn't act like a typical defense attorney would. I'm sure if he was defending BK or whomever, he would be different, but he was really cool. I really enjoyed Bob. Very down to earth. So while I was on that show, there was a troll in there that's got obviously some kind of beef with Frank. So he sends me this, and I want to read it to you guys because it's just atypical of what we're dealing with out there. These people actually exist. That is the scary part of everything. These people live, breathe, walk amongst us all day, every day. Y'all, I thought it was bad, but I didn't know it was this bad. And, I always thought they're just doing this for clicks. They don't really believe this stuff. They don't really believe what they're saying. But honest to goodness, I think I'm wrong. I think these people actually do believe what they're spewing. And you've heard me say it before, but we're in trouble. There's one other creator out there that is doing a great job. She's focuses on one particular horrible creator, and I love watching her. But really, I'm the only one besides her that's standing up for what's right. And I'm the bad guy. I'm the bully of YouTube. I could not even begin to tell you how many videos have been made about me, how I've been clickbait for 5 or 6 channels every single day. I'm sure I'm clickbait right now. They hate me, and I love it because that means something to me. It means I'm having an effect on them. They're calling me names, making fun of me, and I love it. I did the whole Oompa Loompa thing when I pulled my shirt over my head and I did the Oompa Loompa dance. So now they're like running with that and making me an Oompa Loompa. Yeah, I'm a almost 6 foot tall, 225-pound Oompa Loompa. But they're just comical. So I fight back. I hit them back. You got chlamydia otomy out there. And then Cletus, which somebody just sent me a message. I got a new name for Cletus, and it's chlamydiotomy and clitoris. Sorry, but I thought that was hilarious, so I wanted to share it. I didn't come up with that about old Cletus, but I thought it was funny as hell. So we fight back, and I'll continue to fight back. They go low, I'll go lower. And then you got old A.R. Hayes out there kissing everybody's ass. He's jumping on everybody's channel. Oh, this is a great channel. I love everybody in here. You guys are awesome. All he does is talk about himself and how blessed he is. He's a joke. He actually said, people, and I have it, he said on a live show that when he got out of prison, he's on parole. He's on federal parole, according to him. And he goes into a Walmart and he gets in a fight with a guy who bumps into his wife because he's got a temper. And this is the point he's trying to make. So somebody bumps into his wife with a shopping cart, and he's like, WTF, gets in the guy's face. Apparently, they get in a fight. Cops were called, and the cops came and shot him in the leg. Ain't no way that happened. If he's on parole and he has that negative contact with the police, he is done. He is back in prison. There ain't no appeals. There's none of that crap. He's lying through his teeth. I said, show me, because you know that made the newspaper, right? You know, man gets shot in a Walmart by cops. I mean, that's newsworthy right there. But he can't produce anything because he's a liar. Just like all the rest of these people, they make up stories about themselves and then they run with them and they expect everyone to believe the trash that they're throwing. Please hit that like and subscribe, everyone. We got 75 people in here. Do I need to post many you can't get? I posted the link. There you go. So anyway, back to Frank's show last night when I was on with Bob. So this troll comes in there and he's kind of attacking Frank. And then I get this email. And it's this right here. And I'm going to read it to you because it's so, again, somebody from across the pond criticizing our legal system. This guy is absolutely nuts. His name is Joe Louis. Not spelled the same, but he thinks in his mind he's Joe Louis, the boxer or something. This is actually comical. So I'm going to read it to you. So he sends me this email because I said the Delphi case, y'all, the Delphi case is over. I'm not interested in it. I don't care about it. I don't really want to talk about it. The case is over. The man confessed. He confessed while incarcerated to his wife. The prosecution put it out there. When you go to prison or even in just jail, you don't have an expectation of privacy. It says it all over the place. Your phone calls are subject to recording. So do you not think that guy wouldn't be being recorded every time he gets on the phone? So he gets on the phone and he confesses multiple times to his wife that he did it. So I said that on the show. This guy sends me this email and I'm going to read it to you. Unredacted. Everything's says, Dear Detective John, I trust this email finds you in good health. My name is Joe Louis. I'm reaching out to you with a unique proposition. I heard you briefly on Art of Deduction, and some of the things you said left me perturbed. It's important to mention that I intend to record and upload our conversation to my YouTube channel. This collaborative effort aims to bridge the gap between experts like yourself and the wider audience, fostering a more informed and engaged discussion around these unresolved cases. I am confident that your participation would bring a unique perspective and elevate the discourse. Yeah, for clicks for him. I saw how he treated him on the show. I'm not taking that freaking bait. He says, I understand the sensitive nature of the topic and the need for discretion. The conversation would be casual and conducted at your convenience. If an in-person meeting is not feasible, we can explore virtual options to ensure your comfort. I am flexible and will accommodate your schedule. Thank you for considering this proposal. People, I promise you, my response brought the real Joe Louis out. And I did it on purpose. I use those tacks because I know this guy just sent me an absolute smokescreen. He's a liar. He's a manipulator. And that crap don't fly with me. So I said, what's your channel? My channel is, I've redacted it because I'm not going to give this guy any plugs. I said, Joe, I don't really have any interest in the Delphi case. In fact, I'm not really versed on that case and have chosen not to be from the point the prosecution announced that they have transcribed a confession, which he confessed several times to his wife, who became upset and abruptly ended the call. You do not have my expectation of privacy. You do not have any expectation of privacy in jail/prison, and all conversations are recorded, which can and will be used against you as a defendant. So if that's what your concerns or upset you, well, Joe, I truly can't help you. You see, I'm a realist, and as an investigator, have been doing this for 23 years. Why would I waste my time entertaining anything surrounding this case? And you'll know why I said this. Because I went to his chat and I looked at some of the things he said about people like myself. In my little bitch world, as I've heard you state about others, I don't want to condescend to explain to you, nor anyone else, why I find it useless to spend time banging my head against a brick wall about a case that truly is over. That confession cannot be suppressed, denied, or misunderstood. And no, I have not seen it or heard it. What I do have is a belief in the justice system. And if the prosecution dropped that bombshell, well, I'm more inclined to believe them than anyone on YouTube who would challenge them. My question would be, why do you think the man on the bridge is not RA? Why do you challenge the recorded and transcribed confession? How about the unspent round, which is a bullet, which he probably ejected thinking he needed to charge the gun in an attempt to use the noise factor to intimidate fear and put fear into those beautiful children. So he grabbed the gun and he pulled it out and he racked it one in the chamber, but there was already one in the chamber. So he used that as intimidation. Girls, walk down the hill. So when he did that, and that often happens when you get excited, if you've got one charged, you forget you have one charged, and you recharge it and you eject the live round that was in there. So I said, answer those questions, and perhaps if I feel like your argument is valid, I may entertain your offer, but I doubt it. By the way, I've seen many of your subs, and I do not care for most of them, as they jump down rabbit holes and continually spew nonsense about cases and disrupt the continuity of our American justice system, of which you seem to think you are qualified to opine about. You are not qualified to question or opine about the investigation of this case. You are qualified to produce a theory, which I can assure you I would destroy. But again, I don't waste my time with cases that I feel personally are just a gavel smash away from being solved and closed with a conviction. Feel free to take this and share it if you would like. You are a conspiracy theorist. Oh, and I don't care what you think. You seem to like calling people bitch, so I'll be the first to call you a bitch. Have a nice rest of your day. Sincerely, John, Crime Analysis 101. So yeah, I went at him pretty hard. But again, I didn't just go at him without going in and doing a little research on this guy. found him to be quite arrogant. He can call me arrogant all he wants. I'm just telling the truth. So he says, wow, no worries. See, I get it right out of him. I get it. I get his personality. Boom, comes out just like that. Wow, no worries. I respect your decision, but I'm not done with you yet. You're the reason innocent people go to jail in the US. Tyranny is alive and well in your little world. Let me read that again. Wow, no worries. I respect your decision, but I'm not done with you yet. You're the reason innocent people go to jail in the US. Tyranny is alive and well in your little world. This guy is an absolute tool. Absolute tool. He is a keyboard tough guy. Prime example of a keyboard tough guy. I said, Joe, look, man, I have nothing to do with innocent people going to jail, period. You are the reason guilty people get set free. How's that for reality? This man is guilty. He knows he is going to spend the rest of his life in prison and has fallen into a deep depression. That's the reality of this entire case. If you want to believe he's innocent, go ahead. I believe he's guilty, and that is my prerogative. Tyranny is alive in everyone's world, Joe. I'm not going to banter with you, as it's pointless. Just wait till the trial and see what happens. There is much more evidence in this case, I can assure you. The opening statements will be epic, and you will have nothing to say about the recorded confessions, do you? Again, I'm asking him to opine on what he's going to do about these recorded confessions. There's multiple ones. Guilty, the end. He says, get a life, pal. Clearly the brotherhood has taught you much. To lie, to fabricate evidence, to deny evidence, etc. And by the way, I can opine about anything I want, including your corrupt law enforcement justice system and constitution. So we got somebody overseas attacking our justice system. He just admitted it. It seems I know more about it than an American civil rights than the majority of the idiots like you that live behind the badge. I can't make this up, y'all. This was like I got up to take a leak and my phone was going off. So I'm like, what the hell? I'm awake. And I read it. This was like at 3 something in the morning. We went to like 3 something in the morning. This was that last one I read was 2:19. So I said, Joe, you go right ahead and opine on our justice system. It matters not to me. You are a nut job who lives abroad and is probably on disability, sucking on the government titty. That's what people like you do. Losers like you have no life and sit behind your keyboard and play tough guy because really you are a pencil neck and a punk. I'm going at him, y'all. So run your mouth elsewhere because we don't do crazy here. Have a jolly good day, mate. So he says, hey, John, you stink. Real delusional piggy attitude. For as long as God gives me breath, I'll stand up against delusional tyrants like you. You are the scum of the earth, a real lowlife show pony who hides behind his little badge. What a wasteful human being. Another sad day for American citizens. Who needs friends when they have douchebags like you around? I'm dying, y'all. I said, now, Joe. This type of behavior is typical of a lowlife who hates LE because he could never be one. You would never pass a psychological examination because you have pencil neck, wee man syndrome. Now, not sure what you think you will accomplish by standing up to me, but I can assure you I will eat you alive in both intellect and bantering skills. However, I don't waste time with irrelevant people who scam people out of money online. I just don't give a shit what you think. Guilty, guilty, guilty. is what I believe. And that's something you cannot control. Again, do what you wish. We don't do crazy here. Try to control your Napoleon syndrome anger, as it may not end well for you and your health. Have a nice day. And one more time, how or have you come up with a defense for your buddy's confession yet? I'll be waiting. Good day, mate. And as Americans say, go F yourself. So he replies, dude, since 3:10 a.m. in Port Orange, like, I've never said where I live multiple times. What is he trying to do? Intimidate me? Because he says the city I live in? Get a clue, jerk. Cocaine, perhaps? So he's accusing me of being on cocaine because I'm up at 3 a.m. Or is getting butt effed hurting your Dr. Seuss little brain? Is that the best you can do, Joe? And then he says, hey, cockhead, I extend the invitation for our conversation, but you turned it down. Remember? Who's the guy with the pencil neck little man syndrome, F-wit? You're so far up yourself, it's frightening. Have you read what you've been saying? You must be drunk, bitch. I'm dying. My friend Bob, he says, my friend Bob Mata, along with other defense attorneys I have befriended in your country, are all going to love reading your commentary playing on YouTube. Send my regards to your pal Ruckus. Now, I don't even know who Ruckus is. So whoever you are, Ruckus, you just got a plug, but I don't know who you are. Joe, I don't think you do drugs, so that's out. I said, I don't drink or do drugs, so that's out. I told you I have no desire to discuss this case. He says, since you claim to know a single thing about this case, why are you wanting answers from me? Well, it's clear. You're saying all this garbage about this case that the man's innocent, and you got a clear confession that can't be suppressed. What are you going to do about it? How are you going to overcome a confession from a defendant? It's not solicited by law enforcement. He's talking to his wife. They don't have an expectation of privacy. He's screwed. The confession is in. The confession will stay. The confession will convict him. Since you claim you know nothing about this case, why are you relying on information from Ruckus? I don't know who Ruckus is. And or Blue Line Brothers, who are completely delusional and tyrannical. He loves that word, tyrannical. About to break citizens' constitutional rights in any given moment. You should remain objective, able to entertain more information since you know F all about the case according to you, and not claim someone is guilty without knowing more about the case. I know enough. He confessed. End of story. There's a criminal justice system in your country, isn't there? Citizens are still entitled to the presumption of innocence until and if found guilty in a courtroom, are they not? Or have you forgotten those rudimentary principles of law since you're such an intelligent person who, according to you, and I quote, will eat me alive in both intellect and bantering skills? And I will. I'm pretty confident. Go buy a dictionary, those little books with the meaning of English tongue, and look at the words narcissist, bigot, hypocrite, and self-entitled. Oh, and before I forget, pig. So I'm a narcissist. I get called that all the time. That's like the most abused word in the English language today. Especially if you're a man, you're a narcissist. Bigot, hypocrite. I'm a bigot and I'm a hypocrite now. And self-entitled. Oh, and pig. That must be a cop thing. I said, Joe, again, I don't drink or do drugs, so that's out. I told you I have no desire to discuss this case. I've covered a single minute of it and don't intend on starting now. This man is guilty. Please tell me how you plan on defending his confession, Joe. I'm waiting. If you can give me a good answer and lay the foundation you intend to defend this man with who has confessed, I'll consider debating with you. If not, sorry, I will block you and we won't converse at all. And FYI, I can't sleep because I'm just so worried about you attacking me. Please stop, as I need my beauty rest and I can't risk not making money with this awesome body and face. That was pure sarcasm, y'all. Thanks for your understanding, John. He says, now he's yelling at me. F off and go away. Go away? You're the one that sent me a message, jerk. I have nothing more to say to you. And he spells the C word backwards, right? But he spells it C-U-T-N, and he does it multiple times. It's C-U-N-T backwards, not T-N. Can you read backward? Yeah, I can, but you can't spell backwards. Obviously, your brain doesn't work well enough for that. So I replied, poor little fella. First of all, I don't know who Ruckus is. And second, as you know, I was on panel with Bob last night and we had great dialogue. Seems to me like Bob knows when a defendant is doomed. Third, you still haven't provided me with an answer to my question. How are you going to overcome the confession? Also, I'm sure you are way more versed than me about this case, and you seem to be infatuated with it. But really, I don't care because, as I stated, I've not shown interest since his confession to his wife. Oh, yeah. And it was audio and video recorded and transcribed. People like you actually exist in this world. It's pretty pathetic that anyone would deny evidence like a confession, which cannot truly be challenged, as it was a spontaneous admission unsolicited by LE and made under the no expectation of privacy rules of our American justice system surrounding penal institutions. Again, I ask you, how are you going to overcome the confession? That really chaps your ass, doesn't it? Oh, by the way, keep it up, as I love destroying jerks like you. And this email is perfect ammo for a reverse spelled C word like me, which, by the way, you spelled wrong, lmao. I'll be waiting to hear back from you, from the man who seems to know all the answers. You're welcome, John. So that was it. Didn't hear back from the guy. These people exist. Unbelievable. So today, I was trolling. Keep that wagon trolling. I'm trolling all these idiots. And I come across this one today, and I'm not going to plug her either. But she's one of those tarot card nutbags. Tarot card tells her everything. Or is it tarot? Whatever they say it. Tarot. So I go into chat. I just read and listen. And she's so desperate for clicks that now she's attacking the University of Idaho. They're all responsible for this because there was a big steroid deal going down with athletes and all this stuff. It's just unbelievable. She brings up legal fees, unexplained legal fees during an audit. It was $12,000 in legal fees. Do you not think the schools got legal fees because of this incident? Yeah, maybe they didn't articulate what they were for, so they're doing an audit. 12 grand. So what? So she's spinning this whole conspiracy thing that the University of Idaho runs the whole damn town and they make stuff happen, which they probably do. They probably do have significant power in that town. I agree with that. Is there anything wrong with it? No. It's reality. Do you know how much income that university brings to that town? Quite a bit. I would submit if it wasn't there, it'd be a little podunk town with hardly anything. So I get into chat and I say, so what does this have to do with 4 homicides? You would have thought I cut somebody's arm off. They went ballistic on me. Troll alert, troll alert, troll alert. Detective John's in here. Detective John, if you don't like it, don't watch. No, I like to watch. I love to watch, you idiots. Because that's what you are. You're idiots. You're a bunch of fraud, spewing, desperate idiots. Then you go and run and do a tarot card reading. You get all this money, just like T-Rev does his spirit box crap. Now, I'm going to ask you this. How many people think that someone that is summoning spirits is a Christian and says, God bless you all the time? All of a sudden, he starts doing that. That's kind of a walking contradiction in beliefs, isn't it? To me, it is. I mean, that's like, it's not quite witchcraft, but, you know, I've had spells cast on me by his girlfriend. She told me in chat, I casted a spell on you. I kid you not. Can't make it up. So I wanted to share those experiences today, just so we could get a good laugh. So I'm going to open up the StreamYard to you guys. If anybody wants to come in, it won't be a long show tonight. But, you know, I had to light my candle, keep it lit, because I'm scared I'm going to get some kind of a spell cast on me. I want to judge in that case that Senatestown died after car and fell on him, and he was 60s Air Force vet. So I'm going to post the link. Rachel, anybody that wants to come in, we got 120 people in here right now. So let's get that like up, y'all, so we can get the algorithm out there. If you're in here and the likes don't match, that's telling me that somebody's a troll. So if you're not a troll, then please hit that thumbs up button down there. And if you haven't subscribed, subscribe so we can get this show rolling. Rachel, you're out there. You can come on. Anybody that wants to come on. If nobody wants to come on, and I get it, I'll shut it down. Will be. You can come on, buddy. Oh, let's see. I got a lot of comments already. Truth said, if someone sacrificed those girls, wait a second, Mindy, you want to come on? Hello? Pablo?
I was just going to tell you, you have no mods in the chat. Our wrenches are gone. Kimberly Bennett's the only one with a wrench. I don't know what happened. I'm sure it's an accident, but.
Yeah, I'll have to go in and check that out.
Okay.
I don't know what happened. We did a bunch of stuff, cleaning up some stuff. So
I like the rule thing. That was good. Good ad.
What's that?
The rule thing. You put up a little box that said to be nice and respectful in the chat. So that's
yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, that's what I did too. So I don't know
and
why you guys
your mods.
You know what?
You canceled your mods.
Yeah, I must have did that by accident.
You trying to tell us something?
I'm not knowing.
I know. Right. I figured. All right, I'm off. Bye.
All right, bye. So, unsolved crimes. No, not the Vikings. Police corruption to no end. Well, let's see what you're saying here. Well, my friend, I have all the proof that you could possibly need. or once supporting RA's innocence. Lots of evidence of a cover-up. Well, I would have to disagree with you. How are you going to unresolved crimes? How are you going to overcome a confession? Please tell me how you're going to overcome that confession. Because A, it wasn't solicited, so no Miranda. B, it clearly says in there that you have no expectation of privacy. So anything that you say can and will be used against you in court. So if you're having a conversation with your wife and you confess to committing these homicides, then you got a problem. So please tell me in chat how you are going to suppress that confession that the prosecution just dropped the bombshell not long ago on. Plenty of proof. That man on the bridge is RA, 100%. And you're going to have to convince 12 jurors of the cover-up. Why cover-up? Give me a freaking break. It's called great investigating techniques. It took 5 years to get this guy, and they got him. And the reason why he's shriveling up in prison is because he knows that his life is over. He is a done deal. So he probably told his wife something like, just move on with your life. I messed up. I did this. I got to pay the price. And I just want you to be happy. And I'm sorry. I bet you it says something like that. That's what I would say. If I had made a mistake and did a crazy, heinous crime like that, which I would never do, but we got Rachel. What's up, girlfriend?
Not a lot. What are you doing?
I just figured I'd come up and just spew some hatred.
The hate is real with you, John.
I know, right? I'm such a bully. I literally went in and just asked the question that I just posed to unsolved crimes. Why or how would you possibly overcome a confession that is unsolicited? Again, police weren't involved in that. It's called a res gesti statement.
Hey,
It's a spontaneous admission.
It's you remember that pedophile case with I think her name was Cherish Periwinkle.
Yeah.
You know, he confessed to his mother over the phone, and they used it against him.
Yeah, because there's no defense. It cannot be suppressed. So they're going to have that recording, and the defense, how is the defense going to overcome that and get it suppressed so the jurors don't hear it?
Well,
it's not going to happen.
You know, people that say, "Oh, that guy on the bridge is taller than Richard Allen." Oh, that's bullshit.
Right.
That's bullshit.
Unsolved crimes.
I tell you how you can tell. Now, it's hard to find blue jeans that are 33 in the length.
Right.
The off numbers.
Right.
And so if you're looking for a 33, you're not going to go and buy a 32, right?
Hell no.
You're going to go buy a 34.
High waters.
And you're going to go buy a 34. And your breeches are going to be
at the bottom a little bit.
They're going to be bunched up at the ankles. Now,
That's right.
Sit on that and spin, all you people that say he was tall.
Yeah, look at the bottom. She's got a point. Look at the bottom of his pants.
Look at the way he walks. And see, when he got locked up, he wants to play this starvation. His defense attorneys were brilliant. They noticed those patches on those guards' sleeves, and they started trying to come up. Yeah, they're trying to come up with a bullshit defense. And they tell this man, you've got to lose some weight so you don't look like that dude on the bridge. So this fool goes and starts starving himself. And if people don't think that's what happened,
he holds his hands like this too, like he's frail.
If people don't think that's what happened, then I've got a nice oceanfront property in Arizona to sell you.
Yeah. Did you know? She says, "Did you know?" This is to you. Rachel. Did you know that McClellan's dad was an arsonist and was sued by the Farm Insurance Bureau in New Mexico and said the PCA had never existed?
Who said what said? Who said what said? What proof you have?
Yeah, right.
You know, I mean, the rumor mill is so big, you can't go by anything that people just spew out of their ass. I mean, just think if everybody believed drip drop.
Oh my goodness.
You know what I'm saying? What if people thought
that was
that guy. What if people thought that was church? You know what I mean?
Right.
Right. I mean, these people are pathetic.
They are. And how can you take a clown serious? He's a clown.
And I'm sorry.
I don't take that guy serious at all.
She cannot take back the fact that round was cycled through that pistol. Yeah. And there's marks, distinctive marks on it to prove it.
They're called striations.
No, striations is when they come out of the barrel.
Yeah, that's through the barrel, but the ejection marks are the striations left from the ejection of the weapon.
So yeah, that was his pistol. Now I want to know who snuck in there and grabbed his pistol and did this to these girls and then snuck back in his house and planted the shit.
I got my Glock.
Do you realize that don't make any sense whatsoever? Plus, the fool put himself there that day.
That's right. He admitted he was there.
And what he was wearing. What he didn't know is the girl was smart enough to take a video of his ass. So anybody that says RA is innocent, I mean, go sit on that one and spin.
Yeah, right.
Figure it out.
Hey, I don't know. Would I get in trouble if I got my Glock and showed what that guy did?
No, you won't get in trouble for it.
All right.
There's plenty of gun videos on YouTube that are for educational purposes. Just say it's for educational purposes before you do it.
So, y'all, this is for educational purposes only. So, some fool out there will take this and go, John put his gun up and threatened people and was waving it around like a maniac. Because that's what they did before when I simply said, if you come here, we're going to have a problem because you threatened me. You threatened to get on a plane and come here, and I carry this wherever I go. So anyway, this is a Glock 19. So what he did, in my opinion, is for the fear factor. Right now, it's not charged. So I just charged it, right? So for the fear factor, there's nobody in the room. There's nobody in the house but me. Just FYI. So he charged the weapon. I believe he had it right in his coat. You can almost see it when he's walking. So he pulls it out. He points it at him. And he says, girls down the hill. And he checks around. That round just flew over there somewhere. I'll find it later. But cleared. So anyway, that's what he did. Now, any kid today, boy, girl, whatever, would be scared shitless. Now, he either did that out of excitement because he forgot he had one already charged, or he did it to instill fear. Now, what Rachel and I are talking about, here's a 9mm round. So you can't see it on this camera, but when I extracted that round, it leaves little striations, which can be analyzed and matched up to the gun. A barrel, so when a round comes out, okay, back when guns were invented, they were just balls, and they didn't have any rifling, it's called, inside of a barrel. It's like if you ever watch a James Bond movie when they show him holding the gun and then they show the inside of the barrel. That's rifling. So when a round comes out, if there's no rifling, it will tumble because it's just coming out of a smooth barrel. But because it has rifling, when a round is spent, it comes through the barrel and it's spinning like this. And that lead is getting the striations from the inside of the barrel. And that keeps the bullet, the round, going straight and spinning like this instead of tumbling. All that stuff, the lab can pick up. Every barrel is unique. They're not all the same.
Wow. And guess what? The same type of ammunition was found at his house too.
40 cal, wasn't it? If I remember right. Yeah, the same. What she's saying there, okay, it's 40 cal, but the ammo manufacturer, the lot numbers, and everything else from that box can be traced back to that round.
To that sale.
They can actually go to the sale, the POS, and they can go to the lead, the type of lead, whether it's the same type of lead that came from the same manufacturing process. They can analyze the lead. So, yeah, you can say all you want, unsolved crime, that there's corruption in this case, but I call BS, and you can't overcome a confession. I'm sorry. He confessed to his wife. His wife was so upset that she ended the call and ran out in tears, from what it was reported. I don't know if that's true or not, but I would believe that.
Well, I know if it was a sacrifice in the middle of the woods and there was more than one person, the leaves would have been disturbed a hell of a lot more than they were.
Right.
They would have been able to tell it.
Leave it to Detective John to delete them, but you'll see someone will spin it and say we all left. yeah, that's it. John's got no mods. Yeah, guys, I don't know what happened.
The probability of it actually being a sacrifice is 0%.
Absolutely 0%.
The crime scene doesn't even match that.
Well, that's not what they do either. That's not what Odinists do. They don't sacrifice little girls.
No, they don't.
That's
Let me
not
ask you a question.
part of their MO.
A white racist cult, Odinist cult, sacrifices 2 young white girls that could possibly be broodmares. Now what matters most to a racist cult or a racist group? Would that be population numbers?
Yeah.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Yeah.
Does it make sense to kill 2 little white girls now, does it?
No, it doesn't. But what does make sense is a deranged man, a pedo, stalking these little girls and seizing an opportunity in basically an unpopulated area where he can just take advantage of the situation with a gun, make them walk down the hill and have his way with them. Unsolved crimes. Why do you want this man to be innocent?
And I would like to elaborate on why a sock was missing. A lot of guys know why a sock would be missing. If you didn't want to leave Skeet on scene.
Yeah.
He took a pair of panties. There was a pair of panties missing and a sock.
Well, those are trophies. Yeah. I mean, it's horrible to say, y'all, but females, males like panties, and it's just the truth. I'm just being honest. It's not unusual for him to take a trophy like that. It's horrible to think, but that's probably what happened. And we don't know everything that was in the SW, so Again, I haven't really even followed that case, Rachel, because when I came onto the scene, they were already talking about the confession, and I'm like, I'm not even interested in it. Now, 2 years ago, I would probably been all over it, but I'm just not. You guys are way more versed on that case than I am. Did they release any the SW results? Did they find panties or anything at his house?
I have no idea. I really don't.
Or is that all? Is that all still? Is it under gag?
I don't know. I think a lot of that's under gag.
Okay.
But yeah, there's going to be a whole lot more evidence.
Right. So, I mean, again, y'all, I don't see the point in even. I get it. It's a heinous case. But until the trial starts, there's really nothing to talk about as far as any conspiracy crap, as far as I'm concerned. The man confessed.
Pookie
The end.
Austin Bella. What's up?
Who's in here? Hey, Bella. Yeah, I saw Bella. Guys, I'll get you guys your wrenches back. I don't know what happened. Me and Tanner were doing some stuff yesterday.
Oh, it's good. Sportsy and Kim has our back.
All right. Sportsy, you got a wrench, right? Or you don't have one either? I don't know what happened. I am not knowing. I had to go in because I believe we had somebody that infiltrated and took wrenches away that's no longer in there to be a smartass. And I'm not going to say that person's name, but you all know who I'm talking about.
Oh yeah, I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, some weird stuff happened. Like Bella was blocked. I had to go unblock her. Nobody blocked Bella. She would never say anything to get blocked. So Bella, I'll get you your wrenches and stuff as soon as I can. And we'll get you guys back up and running. I'm not knowing. So, Rachel, what else you got? I know you always got something. What do you think about that? What do you think about that correspondence between me and Joe Lewis?
I think that's hilarious.
I went toe to toe with Joe Lewis, dog.
That was hilarious. And you won.
I had to duck and weave. Oh my gosh.
You had him on the ropes tucking and rolling, didn't he? Hey.
You know, he thinks he can manipulate me with kind words.
Have you been watching Lynn? Have you been watching Lynn just
I watched part of it.
Stick her entire foot up Lena's ass?
You guys, if you get a chance, you got to go over and watch Lynn.
Bro, it's not just that. I left and came in here like right before she was about to get to the hot mic part, where the magistrate is talking to the clerk about how scatterbrained Lena was.
Oh, off the hot mic part?
Yeah, she hadn't gotten to that part yet. The room is going to go crazy when that shit gets played, man.
Man, that was hilarious. So, everybody, if you don't know who Lana is, actually, you explain it, Rachel, because you've been following it way more than I have. But what I watched was hilarious. So she just destroys her.
Anybody who watches Truth and Transparency needs to go to Checkmate Humanity. They need to go to Father Snuggles. They need to go to Aunt Lala's channel. And then they need to hit this Order in the Court, which is the second channel that Checkmate Humanity, which is Lynn, made. And you will see who Lena is. It's unbelievable. And this chick tries to play like an attorney online.
She actually thinks she is.
Man, she even said Brian Koberger was her client for
Yeah,
fuck's
she had, man, that was hilarious. I put it on my show. I did a show, y'all. She actually says, and my client, Brian Koberger, it was a Freudian slip.
She can't even say the word. She can't even say Koberger. She calls him Koberg.
I was dying, man. And then she does this whole, like, she does this resume. She puts this resume out. I'm the best researcher on the earth, basically, is what she says. I'm paraphrasing.
She does.
Nobody's better to me. You know, she's typical. I mean, I'm an athlete. I coach and stuff, but she's that typical, you know, she's a coach. She's used to pumping people up, so she's got to pump herself up all the time. Because, in my opinion, her self-esteem is down here. Because her whole damn basketball team, according to that article I read, and I'm not quoting directly, but they pretty much walked off the court.
So well, you know, Lynn's got a different way of dogging somebody out. She don't use their look. She don't roast or do any like schoolyard petty shit like we do from time to time.
Yep.
She's just letting Lana hang herself, and she's just playing the video and adding commentary. It's hilarious.
And who goes to court wearing her hair like that? That was ridiculous. She looked ridiculous.
John, she showed up at court wearing a pair of black Birkenstocks, white socks, dark blue jeans, and they had the hem in the back by the heel blown out from where she'd been walking on them. She didn't even care enough about court to go buy a new pair of breeches.
That, my friends, is a tool.
Back of them pants was just blown TF out. Like she had been at a rave party for 2 days or some. I mean, she was, when she got up and walked, I said, I know the hem of her breeches ain't blown out from walking on them, and that's what she wore.
Hey, how many times do you think she rehearsed that and ran through scenarios? I bet you.
14 hours worth. I ain't getting nowhere, but I'll get there in a minute. I mean it, and we were like, okay, where's the proof? Where's the proof? Where's the proof? And it's hilarious. And a poor magistrate, there is no telling how much Tylenol migraine medicine this woman took. Ain't that right?
Here's what she doesn't realize.
Rue don't like Lana either. Did you hear him? Yep.
Yeah, I hear him. You just say the name. No, say the name. Say the name. Come on, Rach.
Ain't a Laurel on me.
So, everybody, civil court, totally different rules than criminal court. So, all this stuff that she has done can come up in future cases. So she's just putting black marks next to her name every time she takes a case and she loses. She's going to be, if she's not already, that hot mic moment was awesome. I mean, oh, here we go again. We got Lana up here filing another lawsuit. It's unbelievable. What is she, like 1 in 15 now? 1 in 13? I can't remember what the stats are. And that one was like the lady didn't show up or something from what I remember. Yeah, Sportsy still got a wrench. So I don't know what happened to you guys. That's freaking, like I said, I had to unwrench and delete you know who. So I think she got in here and did some wacky do stuff and unwrenched everybody. But I'll fix it. Don't worry, y'all.
Did you block her way of fooling with any of that stuff yet?
Yeah, she's done. She's out. Both of them are.
I saw her. I saw somebody mention her name in Lynn's room, and I think she was in there trying to talk about me. And Lynn said, "Whatever's going on in other rooms, don't hash it out here." And see, I'm blocked, so I couldn't even see what she's typing.
Well, she's about to push me to the point where I'm gonna actually.
And I said on the last show that I was not mad at her. I didn't even know she was mad until you told me she had a fit.
Yeah.
You know, so, and I was like, but I I really didn't understand why she was mad. I really didn't. Completely clueless.
Right. No, Mindy, you're not all blocked. Because I brought Sportsy Girl on after. So she probably didn't think to go in and do that. But I'll fix it all. Don't worry. Do not worry. Don't worry. Be happy. So, yeah. So I got to talk to Bob Mata last night. And I was pleasantly surprised. He's a really good guy. I like him a lot. And he's like, John, I'm with you. Everything you said tonight, I agree with. You know, he's like, that guy's. And I just he had to shut it down because he was going on some of these shows that were running this conspiracy stuff. And he's like, I just can't roll with those guys like that. And I agree. I mean, a guy like Bob Mata, he can't entertain stuff like that. You know, kind of would hurt his credibility if he did. But, you know, I was very impressed with him. Very down to earth guy. His dad did, I think John Wayne Gacy, his dad handled that case. But anyway, you still there, Rach? Are you taking the dogs out? All right, I'm gonna post the link one more time.
I saw what you said. I saw what you said though, Note. But considering I can't see anything she says, and Lynn was talking about people going at it in the room with each other. I just assumed, and it was probably my fault for assuming. But you know, considering who was in there, I didn't know what was going on.
Well, Lynn probably wouldn't tolerate any of that crap anyway. It was on Frank's Little Love. It was on Frank's show last night. Frank was upset about that guy that unalived himself over those pictures that were released. So he was pretty upset, and I saw he was upset. So I went in, just being a friend and trying to tell him there's nothing he could do. You know, it's not his fault. You know. But he knows who did it, and he knows who was involved, and he was pissed, and he should be. But Bob came in there. I think Bob was feeling the same way I was. He's like, man, I got to go in there and talk to Frank and settle him down a little bit. He was drinking, and but we all have those moments. So give the guy a little grace, and we helped turn the show around, and it turned out to be a great show when Bob went in there, or I went in there, and then Bob came in. So it was good. It was good. Anybody else want to come up? We got 125 people in here right now. Let's get those likes up, please. So anything else going on, Rach?
No, but I'm going to have to go back to Disorder in the Court and watch Lynn play the hot mic moment so I can watch the chat. I need something to laugh at. It's going to be a hoot because there's going to be a lot of people that haven't heard that yet. That magistrate lets off on Lana's scatterbrains. I think she basically called her a scatterbrain.
She was playing something the other day. I strumming through, and she was, I don't know who it was against. Something Jay, one of the other creators. She has something against someone else. And she's playing it like she won, like she was all victorious. And she's like,
Jamie.
Is that what it was?
Yeah.
I didn't even watch it. I just thought
Jamie
she's
does
gloating.
Is sit there and nod her head.
Yeah, she was gloating like she won something on a case.
She's the only creator I have ever seen that is so egotistical and narcissistic. She sits there and puts herself on live watching her other videos. And basically giving herself attaboys every 3 minutes. and
I know,
going,
and people are
boom.
sitting there watching it. That's the crazy thing. People will sit there and watch her, take her pen and Sharpie highlighter out and start highlighting documents.
You should have seen the.
You do that before the show, Lana.
You should have
You don't
seen the.
highlight documents during the show.
Hey, you should have seen the monkeys in her room the day she was talking about the PCA when the PCA first came out, and she was talking about, look, here's a typo, here's another typo. I can't believe he's in jail. Look at all these typos. Sitting here thinking, oh, a typo is not going to keep your ass out of jail.
Yeah, y'all. It was Art of Deduction. He did 2 shows last night. He came back after our show too. He was really bent about it. But like 3/4 of the way through the first show, or halfway through, I come in and Bob comes in, and
I wouldn't do anything to save Frank. I wouldn't. Me and him got into it bad.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, he was using, in the Delphi case, he said they were in rigor within an hour, and I said that does not happen unless someone's put in the freezer.
You can't always believe what you read, though, right, Rachel?
I mean, he Googled and he read the first 5 lines of this paragraph and didn't realize it was a veterinary reference for rigor mortis of cattle, not a human being. And then when I tried to correct him, I said, look, at 53 minutes into your video, when you said they went into rigor within an hour, you're wrong. And I was trying to be nice. But see, he got all defensive and cocky. And I know I'm right. I'm following the science. I'm sitting there thinking, what fucking science are you following?
Y'all are both passionate like me. We're all passionate. So
well, the thing about it is, he said he might drop me, and he like a pigeon walking around a chessboard that just knocked all the pieces over, pretending that it won. That's what he was doing. And the more he did it, the more it pissed me off.
Yeah. Well, y'all worked it out. It's fine.
No, we didn't work it out. I still don't like Frank. I don't like anybody. I don't like anybody that can't admit when they're wrong. And he still hasn't admitted he's wrong. He won't admit it wrong. He's wrong, but he'll tell me to get over it. That's what type of person he is, and I don't have anything to do with him. I can admit when I'm wrong.
Yeah. You have admitted when you're wrong. It's like me.
So I mean, what his problem is, I don't know, but I don't too much care for people that can't admit when they're wrong, especially when somebody comes on there honestly trying to help you out.
Right.
I mean, because we were all cool. Frank came in here. I used to talk to Frank. I used to go to Frank's show when nobody else was.
Yeah.
I was one of his first subscribers. But, I try to help him out. And he knows what channel I'm from. So I don't know why he took a defensive stance towards me when I was trying to help him out. That's what I didn't understand. So,
some people are like that. I'm not gonna. I thought y'all worked it out.
No. We won't work it out. Oh, and then he dogged you out in a community post, but I wasn't able to copy that one. Hey, y'all, cool it.
Nah.
I wasn't able to.
Usually comes in and says nice stuff. So I don't know
he
why
was dogging you out. He dogged you out and he dogged me out. Oh, y'all think y'all know everything. Y'all are the big bullies online. Blah blah blah. Big ass community post, about 5 paragraphs worth.
Really?
Yes. And then he took it down before I could copy it and put it in the email. When I sent you a transcript of the back and forth that we had. And he said,
I saw that.
I might dropped you on the community post. Well, I didn't know he was talking about his community post. And when I finally went to it, it's no sooner than I got through reading all of it, he deleted it because he realized he was repeating a cattle study on rigor mortis instead of a human study. And then he couldn't admit he was wrong. Then he came in here and kissed your ass that night later. You remember when I left because I got tired that night? And he came on panel. Then he come in here and got on your panel and did a whole backpedaling, let's kiss John's ass and I hope this mod don't tell John I talked shit about him on a community post. That's what he was doing. He's trying to do damage control. I'm not stupid.
Yeah, I mean, I'll
But
talk to him on email.
he's a two-faced little snake. So just be careful.
Thanks for the heads up.
You've been around the block long enough to, pick those kind of attributes and read those kind of attributes in people. You just kick back and watch.
Well, he did do a pretty serious turnaround. That's why I call him, I gave him the nickname, and I told him this, Frank 2.0, because he came back with a different philosophy, and he wasn't jumping down those rabbit holes.
I'm not accepting an apology from his ass until he can admit he was wrong. And he didn't mic drop shit. He's gonna have to say, "Look, I didn't mic drop shit, and I'm sorry. I was wrong." That's what it would take.
We'll work on it, because I thought he kind of did that one night. I thought he kind of did.
Never did say he was wrong. He kept telling me to get over it. That's not admit and say, "Hey, look, I'm wrong. I didn't realize you was trying to help me out, and I got defensive," because that's what happened.
Yeah,
you know. So I mean, good grief, it is what it is.
Bella knows this guy that I read the email. She said, "Joe, the Aussie is an odd guy. He's not right. He's unhinged. I listened to him a few times. He left a few years ago, and he must be back." I think he did mention that. I was watching one of his shows that he's back. I'll tell you what, this guy is absolutely unhinged. And Joe, if you're watching, bring it, brother. Because I'll tell you what, I love destroying shows like yours. Because everything that you say creates content for this team, and we will eat you alive on it. So you better be spewing with confidence.
I don't know who this Joe guy is.
I'm going to knock you down a few pegs.
I don't know who this Joe guy is.
I don't know either. He just came into Frank's show and was giving Frank a hard time, and then all of a sudden I get an email from him. So but when I got the email, I didn't just jump on it and say, "Oh, this guy seems like a nice guy." I went and watched one of his shows, and I watched his chat, and a lot of the same people in his chat are the same turds that are out there on these other shows. I buy that crap. Let's see. Coco says, "It's crazy to think every case is conspiracy. Some cases these channels do. It's hard to watch their theory." It is. It is. But again, we're the bad guys. We're the bullies, because, they've gone so long, Coco, with this just freestyle. You go ahead and freestyle. Whatever you want to say, freestyle it.
Well, it all started.
I think it's bullshit.
For me, all of this, I didn't get pissed off till I watched Drip Drop blame Brent Kopacker for skinning a dog and committing the Idaho 4, but then saying Brian Kohlberger was framed. If they wanted to frame somebody, all they would have had to do is pin all of that on Brent Kopacker. Why frame Brian? Who forced Brian to drive around that neighborhood 4 or 5 times until the lights went out?
Hey, Amy, I see. I'm gonna post the link. If you want to come in and talk about it, absolutely. I don't pay her any attention. So whatever you've seen, I've probably not even seen. Amy said, "Hi, can we please talk about Kelly D's hypocrisy and attacks when on other chats?"
No, because people can see that for themselves.
Yeah, but you know what's funny about that, Rach, is she was obsessed. I mean, I want to do the show. That's my brand. That's what I want to do. But good Lord, this woman was blowing me up all day long with stuff, wanting to go after them and how disgusting they are and how disgusting this person is. And now
she's right over there kissing ass.
She's running over to him because she thinks that they're going to welcome her aboard because she's going to talk shit about me.
Well, that shows you how much she had her feelings hurt about being called all those names they called her.
Oh yeah, and
then play victim about that, and then run straight over there and kiss the people's ass who called her all them names. Shit don't make sense.
While she's in chat, the one show is showing a video where he's making fun of her and calling her a witch while she's in chat. I was dying laughing that she looked like the Wicked Witch of the East or West or whatever from Wizard of Oz.
Well, see, what Kelly did is that she got pissed off for absolutely no reason.
Yeah, and then she made such an ass out of herself. She couldn't. She felt like she couldn't fix it, and I didn't care. I was fine with it. Everybody blows up every now.
I told you I didn't even know she was mad at me. I said I love Kelly D. I didn't even know she was mad at me like that. I mean, she has her experience and I have mine. That's the reason why she has her opinion and I have my opinion. It don't make either one of us wrong.
Right, right.
But what is wrong is when media and everybody gets on TV and it's got every liberal in the world and everybody that has never owned a gun thinking that they sell fully automatic weapons.
Yeah.
When they don't.
You know how hard it is to be able to carry and possess an automatic weapon? You're not. You might as well. They'll come at you and go up your ass with a microscope.
The whole argument
you will not get it.
The whole
unless you're a dealer or you have a gun range.
The whole argument that me and Kelly had was based on she called them weapons of war. And I tried to correct her and say, those aren't weapons of war. They're not fully automatic. And I'm tired of all these news outlets and media outlets not informing people of the difference.
Well, and
because I'm telling you, they take the AR-15 away. What do you think they're going to do with those Glocks that have 17 rounds in them?
Yeah. So
they're going to limit how many, the magazine on a handgun to 5 or 6 bullets like a revolver. Then why buy a Glock?
There's a part that they're 3D making with those 3D machines. There's a part for the Glock now. I forget what they call it, but it turns it into an automatic. It's been totally banned.
Those switch clips could get you a federal charge.
Yeah, they're badass.
I mean, it's not like they're not illegal already.
Right.
But
it's all perception.
And usually the people that have those switches, they don't have a damn license to carry a gun in the first damn place.
You got it right. They have no business. Nobody would want one of those legally anyway. I would never want one. You're not really controlling a handgun in full automatic. You ever shot an Uzi? Have you ever shot an Uzi?
It was back in the 90s.
Yeah. Did you see how hard that was to control?
Yeah, it's not easy.
Imagine doing that with a Glock. I mean, the same thing. It's pointless.
Well, I got pretty strong hands and pretty strong forearms, and about as deep as I want to go is a 40 cal. I damn sure wouldn't be able to control it if it was fully automatic. I'd be shooting at the sun by the time that was over with.
Right. Emmy said, John, apparently the idea of DNA is fake. Why are we going backwards? Right? That's what people are saying. Because they can actually take a strand of DNA that's not complete and they can complete it. That's damn sure great technology. I mean, the whole IgG thing, and Bob Mata and I were talking about it last night, and he agreed with me. He would like to see, and I didn't get into a debate with him on it, but he would like to see the IgG mandate to have a search warrant for. Well, that kind of makes no sense. I don't know why a judge would deny anyone asking for an IgG, but I mean, I could see search warrants for other things surrounding DNA, but not that. So I think that what's going to happen is right now the Supreme Court's ruled that it's not admissible, but I believe the more that we get, the better the technology gets. I believe the IgG will be. I think they're fighting it now, as a matter of fact. It will be admissible. So what a great tool that law enforcement will have when the Supreme Court does, accept case law and make it happen. I think it's coming. But yeah. 80s kid says nut jobs have to see the video to be there in the conspiracy. Sarah Boone case is an example of that. Sarah Boone case. I'm trying to think, what case was that? Rachel, you know what the case that was?
Yeah, that was the case where that chick conned her boyfriend into getting in a suitcase, and then he couldn't get his ass out of it. She let him smother to death. She kicked him down the damn stairs. She kicked him down the damn stairs. She had probably drunk as shit.
We were playing hide and seek.
Yeah, let's get kinky and see if you can fit in this suitcase, and zipped his ass up and then kicked him down the stairs. They said that she had to have kicked him down the stairs because he had bruises all over him.
Is this really happening?
Down the damn stairs, and then he was laying there in the suitcase, pushing on it, going, "Please let me out." And she said, "That's what you get for all the shit you put me through." And I was just sitting there thinking, and you're videoing this shit on your cell phone.
You know, the state attorney, the DA.
And the thing is, she probably thought his ass could really get out. She probably thought he could really get out. She probably didn't think she would wake up and he'd be dead the next morning. But it's still involuntary manslaughter or voluntary manslaughter. I mean, she let him die, so.
Yeah,
but I don't think it was premeditated murder. I just think that was some stupid drunk shit.
Yeah, that's what I think. It was drug induced for sure. That was crazy though. Could you imagine being the intake at the SAO and getting that PCA? Like what?
When they showed her
I'd be following video, I gotta have more.
When they in that interrogation, when they show her that video that they have that they ripped off of her cell phone, and she's sitting there talking shit while he's suffocating to death in that damn suitcase, her jaw drops. But I didn't mean to. I really didn't. She probably really didn't. She was just drunk and thought he could get out of it on his own. But yeah, she went on, took herself to bed, and he never did get out of there.
Rob H makes a great point here, Rachel. People have a hard time admitting to being wrong, and facts often make them very uncomfortable. And Rob, you know, you're absolutely right. That show that I went on today, and I simply asked, I said, how are you going to overcome, just like with this Joe, what's his face? How are you going to overcome a straight up confession? And it was like I said, like I cut somebody's arm off or something. They tore into me. Oh my goodness, it was hilarious. And I'm just firing back. I'm like, just tell me how he confessed. Case is over. It's over. Why? I mean, it'll be fun to cover the trial, I guess, but I mean, that's why the whole Odinism, like Rachel said, that's why the whole they had to come up with something. So they see a pile of sticks on top of the bodies, and it's like the erector set. Let's see what. Okay, yeah, that's an Odinism sign right there, and here's look at this one. Unbelievable. And then that drifted over to the Idaho case too. Remember that? Rage. When the Idaho case started talking about it, it's Odinism. These people are unbelievable.
No, it was Odinistic, racist, cowboy, El Chapo, paganist or some shit. And they operate through tunnels under the house. Even though there wasn't any mud or anything found in the house, leading to, somebody just tromping through a tunnel.
Amy said I was there when Truth was in the chats, holding her own. I was waiting. Here, I'm gonna bring Amy up. Hey, Amy.
Hi.
How are you?
Very good. I've never done this before, so go easy on me. Like, there's no reverb or anything, right?
Yeah, no, you're good. You're good.
Cool.
You sound good.
Cool.
So what's up?
Yeah, I was there when Truth was in one of Dinky's shows or whatever. I don't remember which one it was. I think it was the one that Saturday night or whatever. And I was like ready to go in and help her if she needed it. She needed nobody. She had it all taken care of. She had them all laughing while she was still like, I don't even know if they caught on that she was totally insulting them and getting, and trashing them, and I don't even think they picked up on it because they were laughing right along with her.
I know they're not very bright, are they?
No, they're not.
About as
I
bright
always
as
feel
a
stupider
burnout
having
light
listened to
bulb.
them.
My grandmother used to say, about as bright as a burnout light bulb.
It was such a subtle little dig at them. I don't think they had a clue. And I was sitting there laughing my butt off because I knew exactly what you were saying, and I don't think they caught on.
You know what's funny too is they did a whole show, you know, when that individual decided he was going to be a pervert and come into chat or come into
I didn't see that one.
Oh
I had to
yeah,
delete
dude flopped his junk out on StreamYard in front of all of us.
So I mean,
why do they all go to this sex stuff? Like they're like over-sexed 6th grade boys. I don't understand it.
I mean, as soon as it happened, because I went back and watched it and I put the time, they knew about it as soon as it happened and they started cracking up about it. And then somebody else, it was somebody from that show. Tanner's got he was at his mom's and he's got the IP. So for whoever did that, you're probably going to get a $5,000 fine from the FCC.
I just don't like even that Joe Luis guy or whatever, the email that you were just reading.
Yeah.
As soon as you started like making an intelligent debate and a conversation and basically telling him he was wrong, right away it's like, oh, maybe you're getting butthurt or what? Like, why? Why is it always going to that? Like, are you?
And I sincerely just asked a question. It was a valid question.
How are you going to get around his confession? His unsolicited.
That's exactly what I said.
Yeah.
And they're
I asked that in his show, and then I asked him again, and he never came back with an answer. Because he can't answer it.
Because there isn't one. Well, because everybody's really innocent. It's just all the corrupt cops. There are actually no crimes committed in the U.S. It's just the cops setting everybody up.
and I asked too. I said, why? And the lady that I was on her show that does the tarot card stuff, I said, why do you want him to be innocent so bad? I mean, think about that for a minute, people.
Because they do not want to be wrong.
I wonder.
But no, because like this guy has been like his confession was a while ago, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't really watch the tape. I kind of had the same.
April. He did it in April.
And it seemed like after that is when they all came out, started saying, well, maybe he's actually innocent. And it's like, what?
It wasn't until he got representation and the Odin shit came out that the guards had patches on their sleeves. The defense attorneys found out what those patches meant. And then they
because they're all cowboys.
Sticks. The sticks were found on the body. Well, I don't know about you, but I can go out here and I can grab a handful of sticks and throw it on something and go look up runes and find something similar.
Yeah, it's like that game. What was that game you had with the sticks where you drop the sticks and then you had to pick up sticks?
Pick up sticks.
Pick up sticks.
Yeah.
Pick up sticks. You had to pick up the stick. But didn't you know there's like a huge cult following of Odin followers that are all cowboys in Idaho? I mean, isn't that what Drip Drop taught us?
Oh yeah, there's racist Odinist cowboys. Hey, listen to this. They're so racist and so white, they want to knock down their own population numbers by killing teenage white girls. A redhead and a blonde at that.
This chick, I forget the name of her show. It's 11 something. Does that make sense? The number 11:11.
Oh, anyway, that's supposed to be like, that's like a mystical time.
Yeah, she does.
That makes sense if she's tarot.
She's going off today about the university. She's talking about finances, and she's talking about steroids being in the athletic program. You can Google any university and put steroid abuse, and every single, especially a D1 school, is going to have an article about D1. Steroid abuse.
Someone will have been accused of it at some point.
Right. And then she starts talking about, she pulls up personnel files where a lady allegedly she sued and got like $750,000 or something like that because she wasn't being paid the same amount as a man in the same position. That shit happens everywhere.
Yeah.
But she's trying to twist everything and make it look like the university controlled this and they're responsible for the heinous acts. And I sent her a message in chat and I said, what does this have to do with the Idaho 4? Honest to God, what does it have to do with it? Oh my goodness, you would have thought I freaking.
It's something they can talk about. I'm telling you, every single time the cases go quiet, when none of the cases have anything happening, which of course just now after the holidays, nothing's really happening, they all come up with some version of drama. And that's how they keep people going.
They do. It's and these people, I'm sorry, y'all. These people are dumb as a box of rocks. I can't even believe people entertain it. It's like I said before, it's like these shows are all little spawns of Jerry Springer. It's like just let's see. It's like let's see what we can see today that's just so obnoxious that we're just going to roll with it and we love it.
Well,
Because
the ones
they can't believe this shit, but they do.
The ones that infuriate me are the Brits that come around on YouTube and they start talking about, the American legal system, or God forbid one of them talk about the Constitution, especially Harsh, because they don't know squat. They know.
He did a show about me yesterday.
Oh, did he? I stopped watching him. I haven't watched him in ages.
He said that I was disingenuous. I mean, you can call me a lot of things, but to call me disingenuous?
The thing I guess is the guy might actually have a brain. He just refuses to use it. I think he's actually a pretty smart guy, Harsh. I just don't think he uses his brain because he knows that if he dumps himself down, that's how he gets the hits and the views and the people who watch him.
Oh, I think out of all the creators, Harsh knows exactly what he's doing.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't believe that he believes anything that he says. I really don't.
Yeah,
I believe
he's playing a game
for money. And don't hate the player, hate the game. This guy is playing everybody. He's an absolute, in my opinion, 100,000% fraud.
Yep. I agree.
Because, like you said, he's not a stupid guy.
Right.
I mean,
he's the only one that actually has like a brain.
Which
means
actually
it's all a game for him.
In what he's doing, because he is going for an audience that is low IQ. That will listen to his garbage every day. I guarantee if you were to take his audience and do an average IQ, it would probably not exceed 70.
No.
I mean, these people, and you notice he doesn't debate anything.
Nope.
He doesn't open up StreamYard. He doesn't do anything. He just goes out.
He just presents.
Presents his theories, and then bye-bye. I'll be back in 2 hours for another one.
Because I don't think he could keep it going, because I do think he is intelligent. I don't think he could keep it going for longer than, the whatever hour it is that he does it live, or, these little 15-minute clips that he does, because he knows he's full of shit.
I mean, Shrek played dumb, but he was really smart.
You're right. And I think that the other night, how we had that person in here, Kramer, who was doing all those like threats and everything.
Right.
I think that was Kelly D.
Oh, it could be.
I think that was who it was, because she was saying, because when I was listening to not the one that Rachel came to, not the one that Rachel was sitting there giving it to them on Stinky Doos, whatever thing, but it was the next day or whatever. And she was pretty much saying, like, a lot of the things she was saying were the same things that person Kramer was saying. So either they're all a gang, which is very possible too, or that was her that was in here.
Well, you want to talk about hypocritical, how she went after Dago and everything else. I went after Dago for his garbage. She's doesn't live in California. She lives in Vegas. So she has to drive all the way to California to get her meds and her other stuff for her situation. So she's defrauding the state of California. So Kelly, keep running your mouth, and all I got to do is make a phone call. So
I couldn't believe it the other day.
I know all your information, so that's not an issue. Both your names.
When she said in the chat, it's so nice to be in an environment. This is paraphrasing, but it was basically this. I so enjoy that all views are respected here. I was like, are you kidding me? And who was talking? It was Willie, Stinky Doo, Dago, who Clue was in the chat, and I'm like, Brian Hoffman. I'm like, are you freaking kidding me? With a straight face, you're trying to say that you respect all views when these are the exact same people that you were busting on 3 weeks ago for being idiots and liars and scam artists? I was blown away.
Hypocrite. Major
That's when
hypocrite.
And at first I was like, wait a minute. Could this person possibly be like Stevie Irwin that's like just going out trying to make it look like one of your people or like going against you now and this and that? But she recognized me.
Yeah.
She knew my name was Amy when I was there in a screen name that didn't have my name in it. So the only way that could be is if it was really her.
Right. Yeah, at first I thought it was an imposter, but I but the more I read, the more I knew it was her. So
yeah, it definitely was her. That's frightening. I mean, there's a point at which you cannot look yourself in the mirror when you're that big of a hypocrite. Like, come on.
Texas Ranger, yes, I have shot a 50 cal. It's crazy. You better lock that thing in. It will separate your shoulder. But yeah, I mean, I can't believe what she's doing. She's just got nowhere to go. So she wants to be relevant somewhere. And I think she thinks she can be a hero by coming in and talking about old DJ.
That's why I don't think it was, you know how you say that she got embarrassed around your team and that's why she left because she couldn't face it or whatever. I don't think 100%. So. But I think that was inevitable. I think this was a plan all along. I'm going to become a hero. I'm going to find a way to be different and I'm going to find a way to make a name. It's just, the about face is too much to just be because she got embarrassed. Like, you don't completely change your convictions that quickly.
Well,
that's why I think she had it all planned.
Yeah, you could be right.
Well, the thing about it is, I was the last one to know that she was even mad at me. And
that says it all, right?
I didn't even know that it was an argument like that. Because believe me, if it was an argument like that, I'd have let her have it with both barrels. I didn't even know she was mad at me. I was just making a statement about the media and people who don't care about the topic enough to investigate the difference between a fully automatic weapon of war and a semi-automatic rifle you buy over here at Walmart.
Hey, so you see what Sportsy Girl just put up? Thank you, Sportsy. Everybody keep J Lord in your prayers. Her phone's going directly to voicemail. I hope she's okay.
I've been trying to believe no news is good news.
Yeah, I mean, she was in the pool talking to me, and she said, "John, I'm just not feeling well." And I said, "Well, tell me what's going on." She said she had pain between her, in her back, between her shoulder blades, and she had a cough. I don't know if you remember the last show. And she says, "Really?" I said, "Yeah, you were coughing your head off." She said, "I didn't even realize that." I said, "You might have walking pneumonia, but at the same time, Rita, that's what she is. She's a cardiac specialist. That's where she works on those floors." So when she went into the ED, I was talking to her and I said, actually, she called me back and she said, these people say I'm having a heart attack. And I said, well, they're probably right. I said, did they call a STEMI alert? That's what it's called. And she said, yeah, something like that. I said, well, they think you are. So you're going to be going upstairs. You're probably going to be going under, and you might, if you've got a blockage or something, you might have a stent put in. So
thank God you told her to go. Thank God, she didn't wait.
I didn't ask her how she got there. I know her husband wasn't there. So maybe he got there. No, because she said she was waiting on him to get to the hospital. So I don't know if she drove herself or what, but it had to be scary enough for, with me pushing her a little bit to go ahead and take care of it. But everybody, Let's bow our heads for a minute and pray for J Lord. Dear Lord, please rest your hands upon J Lord and that's Stacy, and make sure that everyone that's helping her in the medical profession is dropping their healing hands on her and getting her back home. For all intents and purposes, she said she's very healthy and she takes care of her heart, but we all know that, you know, genetics weigh in on a lot of this stuff. So please rest your hands on her and heal her, and let's get her well so she can come back and join us and have some fun. In Jesus' name we pray, amen. So everybody keep her.
Well, if you talk to her, just make sure you send her all of our love and prayers.
I've been sending text and everything. So, you know, when stuff like that happens, people need to relax and just kind of chill. And that's scary. So if I don't know, I mean, you never know. She could have gone in with something like that and had, you know, a major blockage, and they might have had to crack her open. You know, we don't know.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I'm hoping that it was just something minor, like just a minor blockage, and they went in and put a stent in. But
hopefully
it seems
she's
like
resting.
Yeah, it's been like 4 or 5 days now, and that's why I told her. I said, "Don't worry. I don't want you to rest. Don't be listening to the shows or anything. You need to concentrate on getting well." Let's see. So let's say it's the grifters. Let's see. Doodle said it's the grifters who take the facts and spin them way out into left fields, because that's where the money is. You're right. That's what I've been saying all along, and everybody has. They're calling it true crime, but it's nothing but drama and lies and BS. You know, you've got
the true crime is the backdrop.
You've got
the true crime is just the backdrop for their show.
That's right. That's just a hashtag to get you to come to it.
Yep.
So, and when you got 5 shows that really weren't together, come together, and I'm telling you right now, they came together. Clue came together with them. Dinky came together. They all came together and formed this cult. I want to call it a cult. I think it is a cult. A little coalition against DJ and the show. They've said openly that they've had people come in under their panels saying, "I've filed 15 complaints on him." Never got one, guys. Never got a single complaint. So there's been hundreds and hundreds of complaints filed against this show. But you think I'm stupid? I'm not stupid. I'm not going to say something that's going to get me in trouble. If I do, it's total ignorance, because I didn't know it would.
Listen and research and get their timestamps. They're not doing that squat. They're not doing anything.
Right.
You can't just willy-nilly just say, "Oh, we don't like him." They would have to back it up and research it and sit and watch the show. They're not going to do that.
Well, what really got them mad was when I said, "Hey, you know, here's what happens. You go on, you check out a show, you subscribe so you can get into chat, and you don't like the show and you leave, and you realize that you left them with a subscription. So go back. If you feel the way that we feel, I'm not telling you to do it because I'm telling you to do it or we're telling you, but if you feel like we feel, the best way to put it to these people is to go unsubscribe from them. And if you're a member, cancel your membership. Because these people are you know, we're going to do memberships, but I feel like we're providing, you know, factual data for everyone. We're not taking advantage of people and telling lies. We have a legitimate show, and you know, yes, I'm biased. I'm biased as hell. You're damn right. I'll admit it. When I think it's a good case, it's a good case. But if I think it's a bad case, I'm telling you right now, I'll be the first one to be standing up, screaming it's a bad case. Things, you know, the Idaho 4 case in the beginning, people like, there ain't no way that guy's a cop. He would never say something like that. I was blasting them on their techniques for the crime scene. There's no way they should have covered or bagged those windows so no one could see in. I mean, it was just stupid stuff like that just drives me nuts. And then, you know, just because you do submit your DNA as a tech and it's part of the process, and they can eliminate it. You don't want to cross-contaminate. Bob and I talked about that last night. You don't want, just because you can eliminate it, you still should not risk contaminating a crime scene. So wear your protection equipment, like you saw in the Rex Heuermann case. If you want to see something unbelievable, go watch that case when they were doing the executing the search warrant on that house, and they had face masks on and everything. And those people in Idaho were way out of their league. They didn't know what they were doing. And I'm telling you, that's going to bite them in the ass. It's not going to, really hurt the case, but it's going to spark a lot of debate. I can promise you right now.
Well, that's why they brought the state police in and the FBI. They knew that this case was too much for them to handle.
Yeah, that was a really good thing.
And he admitted it on TV that it was too much for his little department to handle.
Yeah, but it was the ISP, their crime techs, that they were wearing the jackets. And the one lady that wiped her nose off, if I remember right, she was from the ISP. She did this and she sneezed in her arm right there. I mean, good Lord. It just made no sense to me. And I'm not trying to be critical. I just know, I've worked a lot of crime scenes, and we had FDLE, and they would never come to a crime scene like that.
But to me, the fact that they were so incompetent about that just makes it even less likely. Like, if they were so crafty and sneaky that they set this whole thing up and framed Brian or whatever nonsense it is that they come up with, they sure as heck would have done a better job so that those little things couldn't be picked out. Like, it just speaks to them being so out of their league that they couldn't have done this all as some big frame job because they were too clueless.
Well, the thing about it is, it would have taken 5 agencies and over 200 officers to frame this man. Who bumped into him before the murders to get a skin scraping sample to plant on a sheath? Who forced him to get on Amazon to find the exact same kind of knife? Who forced him to buy Dickies coveralls, which don't have belt loops, which would explain why he lost the sheath? Who forced him to drive around that house 4 or 5 times like a damn shark waiting on the lights to go out? Who forced him to go by that house on other occasions to stake it out? Who forced him to do all of these suspicious activities wrapped around this case?
He was just out for a drive.
Oh, wait a minute. And then they put so much into framing him, they forgot to plant evidence in his car, his apartment, his office, or his parents' house.
Yeah, no one, we've talked about that before, right? I mean, there's no one even thinking about that. Think about that for a minute. If you're gonna frame, if you're gonna plant evidence, plant evidence.
Yep.
Don't plant evidence on the snap of a sheath, which I believe there's going to be much more DNA on that sheath once they get the results back and we see it in trial, because there's no way that sheath didn't have his DNA. But
there's no other people involved, and we know there's not, and we also know that there was only one knife. You know how we know that unsolved crimes uncovered? We know that because of science.
That's right.
We know that because of forensic radiology. We know that by being able to detect during autopsy when a knife is dulling from victim to victim to victim. We also know the order in which the victims were attacked, because DNA transfer from victim to victim inside their wounds from that same knife.
First. Unless he went back and forth, we'll know who was hit first. So it's going to be very easy to determine. And when they didn't know what the knife was before they saw a K-bar, if they didn't have that, they would still know it was a K-bar through ballistic experiments that they did. They used to use cadavers.
They keep on saying this 3 unidentified DNA samples bullshit, and I'm so sick of that shit. Whose DNA was on the knife sheath?
Brian.
So
Yeah,
if
it-
there was anyone that helped him, which I think Brian had too much of an ego, he didn't have a best friend to go drink a cup of coffee with him. I mean, how in
But
the hell is he going to have a best friend to go commit a quad homicide with? That
they
doesn't
still
make
that
any sense
I agree with
whatsoever.
that entirely. But the other thing too, they keep saying it could be these frat kids. It's the frat kids. Well, if it was a frat kid, don't you think every single one of his frat brothers were tested if they had been in the house for DNA so that they could be excluded? Like, of course,
Right.
none of those boys are going to be the ones with the 3 DNAs. Otherwise, they'd be identified. Like, who do they think it? Like, how would they have gotten away with that? You think they didn't investigate those boys if there was any possibility that they were involved?
Well, they're not going to be able to overcome those things. I think I'm 100% certain that the video footage of the car is going to be even more compelling than the DNA, because I think they got facial recognition.
Picture a
Because
hand.
if
go
you
ahead.
remember early on, Ann Taylor had mentioned something, and I can't find it anywhere, but she talked about, if anybody finds it, send me the clip. She talks about facial recognition on something. So that's telling me that
That they have it.
they have evidence with video that they can use the technology from facial recognition to determine that he was in that car. She put it out there. It's on record. I just can't remember when it was. It was early on, after he was arrested. But they.
Well,
So
I think that's
the
why
only thing,
that's the alibi. That's why they came up with that alibi. Because
right? Well,
something long
yeah.
before that, they could prove he was in that car.
The only thing
So they
that
had to work with that.
the only thing that they're going to have to work with is to attack the process. So by attacking the process, I mean they're going to go after those techs for not using the right etiquette while they were there. And I'm telling you right now, that's going to be a big deal. You watch. I called it in the beginning when I first saw it, and they even had a show I was on, a mother from a tech saying, "Oh well, my son's a tech, and he says that doesn't matter anymore." And I'm just like, your son was, is full of shit. Promise you right now. You would never see at Daytona PD, you would never see a crime scene tech come, unprepared like that and walk through a crime scene and stand over evidence without proper PPD. It just wouldn't happen. And like I said, you look like a real department, like, the Rex Heuermann case, and you look at that case, I'm telling you, that's going to be a huge part of her defense, is trying to pick apart the process and get evidence.
That's all she has.
Well, there's going to be multiple suppression hearings on this. She's going to try and get everything suppressed because of the process. And I just hope,
And because that's all she had. If he did it, then all she has is the process. Yeah.
That's it. That's all they have. So I think the opening statements are going to be epic. And I said the other day, and I'll say it again, all these sleuths out there that have been riding this wave of BS, you watch, they're going to go, oh, well, after they hear that opening statement, they're going, yeah, I've always known he was guilty, but I just needed to see. It would be this guy.
I've always known they were guilty, but I just needed to see more. I just needed to see more. That's all.
Hello. You look amazing.
That was a pretty good interview.
Like I just needed more evidence.
Yeah.
After
That's
I
pretty good.
convicted
That's
Dylan
pretty
and
good
Bethany,
impersonation. Sounded just like Dago.
Yeah, and then
you look lovely today. Like I said,
you look marvelous.
I
was in that guy's head so
either
much.
way, I
Amy.
just needed more evidence. I
Do you
made
guys
900
remember-
videos on how Bethany and Dylan must have been co-conspirators. But hey,
She's not lying. This guy's got 900 and something videos on this case. You remember how bad I got in that guy's head when I said he wears the same damn sweatshirt every day and the same hat? That thing must be right. The next day,
change clothes,
Got a
and got a
different
damn
sweatshirt.
haircut.
I was dying. I told everybody in chat, in our chat, I said, you watch, he'll change his clothes. And they were dying laughing. Mindy was laughing. She said, I can't believe it. You called it.
That's not all. He had that icon hat on. You said he's definitely right. He is a con.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah.
Icon. There you go. It's not like he doesn't tell us.
Well, you got T-Rev. T-Rev does a rap song, and he talks about all I know how to do is hustle. This whole rap song is about hustling people, and it's so true.
Yep.
I guess there's a lot of truth in rap.
It's just like Dago hustling those retirees and those people on SSI and disability from the 1st to the 15th, so he can get him a super chat, or he can get him a Cash App donation.
Of all the things that you've copied and shown us, that because we can't sit there and listen to these people. I mean, honestly, I go into Stinky Doo's lives and I listen for like 10-15 minutes and I have to turn the volume down.
Hey,
But
was y'all in chat when Dinky was in a bad mood and I said, "What's the matter, Dinky? Did you run out of peanut butter?"
I didn't see that
I said
one.
that in chat and see nobody else got it, but Nope was in there and there was a bunch of people in there dying laughing.
You know what's funny is they have.
I think my volume was down by then. I think I was in
Willie
it because
did.
I think I remember you
Willie
saying
did.
it, but I didn't.
No, I didn't say it. I said it in chat. I typed it.
That's what I mean. Yeah. I had the volume down. I was only reading it.
And Willie accused me of having a G-string on. I swear, man. When I showed my, you know what? When I showed him and said, "Hey, you come here, buddy. You threaten me, and you'll go a whirlybird will come pick your ass up in front of my house." And he goes, "Did you see that? He's got a G-string on." I can't make this up, people.
But my favorite picture of all was the one of Dago dancing.
I mean, I do have a G-string from when I was a stripper, you know. But
John was a stripper. Oh my God!
I was a stripper,
Mr. Chippendale.
You gotta get that clip of Dago dancing where he's dancing in front of his computer and put the Bow Wow music to that.
And I said, he talks about his disability for
disability.
And I blew that up. I brought it on. We gotta have a show of the greatest hits or something. And I brought it on.
It's gotta be him dancing with the Bow Wow music.
I mean, I'm serious. I do. He can't rap. I don't know why he even goes there. That would be like my country ass trying to rap. I mean, dude. Yeah. Dude can't rap.
Oh, I got it.
Can't pay child support.
Lana sent him a message in a live the other day. She sent it to me. Her mom sent it to me. She sent him a message in the live and he bam deleted it right away. But it was let me see. Hold on, I'm gonna read it to you.
Now he's talking about T-Rev's ex-wife. He's not talking about anal oral on me right now.
Oh.
Yeah.
Where's she been? She's been very quiet lately, hasn't she?
Oh, she knows she's getting her ass reamed by Lynn. I think she's embarrassed. Because you know when a narcissist gets embarrassed, they tuck and hide.
Yep.
They either tuck and hide or they lash out. One or the others.
That's why we haven't heard from Meghan Markle and Prince Harry for a couple of weeks. It's been nice and quiet. The narcissist just got her butt handed to her. But I keep waiting to hear, Lana or even who's the other one that's very quiet these days? Crime Sleuthin. I haven't heard much from her ever since she.
You know who I think is certifiable. I mean, in real life, you know who I think certifiable?
Who?
Nika's Neuro Nuggets.
Oh, is that Nick's Peaks?
No, it's called Nika's Neuro Nuggets.
No, I don't know that one.
I mean, she's really pretty, but I mean, gosh, if you watch her talk long enough, you'll realize how psycho she is.
But I haven't heard anything from Crime Sleuthin ever since that that whole blow up with where she used Kara, Xana's mom.
Well, and then we went after her also when she went on to Jay, what's that guy's name? That freaking idiot that couldn't even articulate a sentence. She went on his show.
J-Rod?
Yeah, and I blasted her. It was hilarious.
Yeah, see, Coco knows who I'm talking about. She's seen her. She's To me, I think she's pretty. She's really, really attractive woman. It's just, man,
You
you
talk
can
about
see
the one with
you
the
can
black
see
hair.
she's got crazy all over.
She talks about how many
I
degrees she
mean, you
has.
could scrape it off with a butter knife.
She's got like 52 degrees or something. You name it, she's got a degree in it.
Yeah,
That girl?
something like that. Yeah. She says she
Yeah.
has 3 jobs, and I mean, I don't know what her work ethic is. I don't know what she does, but the stupid conspiracy bullshit that she comes up with, she's got to have a screw loose somewhere, because there's no common sense inside that noggin at all.
Oh, and what was Rock Chalk the other night? She was another one. Like these people, they're just so unbearably stupid. When she was saying something like, just shows what John knows. I left Dago, and like she then listed off. I left Dago, then I went to him, then I went to him, then I went to him, which she didn't
she
get.
left Dago. This is what she
And the
did. She
crazy
left Dago.
thing about it is she's so stupid she don't realize that these
That's
channels
what
are
I'm
using
saying.
her for money.
Well,
And
she
like
left
she didn't
Dago.
catch on that that was the whole point you were making, was that she'll
Yep.
switch constantly. And so she thought she was disproving you by saying, what does he know? That was 2 guys back. And I'm like, you moron.
She
You're
goes to that
proving the
show
point.
and she gives that J-Rod dude $100, and then 5 minutes later gives him another $100. So she gave him $200 within 5 minutes.
She's one of
And
those. She's
she
one
tries
of
to
those.
buy people.
Yeah, she's one of those that she
Unreal.
doesn't care how she gets attention, whether it's good or bad. She doesn't care whether it's good or bad. She has to pay for it. She's one of them.
She went into the clerk of the court in DeLand, which is a city over, and there are multiple people with my name in this town. My family's huge.
Name.
My great grandfather was John. My grandfather was John. Everybody, there's like Johnny's. I'm a Johnny. Everybody calls me Johnny, really. But there's major ones. She goes in and she finds, because everything runs through DeLand, she actually gets my deposition from my divorce in 2013. And she sends me a message. I know all your darkest secrets. You're done. I'm just like, really? You got my divorce? So
Do they not realize that a deposition is your statement?
Yeah, and what they don't realize is I had to modify my support because I didn't have the $125,000 job that I had before. Me and my wife, you heard her, she came on the show. I said, look, I'm going to lose my job. If they come and hit our district, we're done. I'm done. I'll be gone. And a lot of us are going to lose. And I got a severance pay and all that, severance package and all that. But I had to modify. So we just did it ourselves rather than pay an attorney and go do it. So we just did it. So we figured out what I was making and we looked at the worksheet and I said, this is what it's going to be. She looks at it. Yeah, that's fine. And I gave her even more than I was supposed to. I was paying her, actually, based on my income, I was paying her $80 more a month than I was supposed to. So anyway, what they did when I sold my house and I bought this house we're in now, we're going to, start remodeling it. So I was working out the finance, but they want all of your information they want to see what you have to pay. They want to know what you're paying out. So they want the child support.
So it had to be official. Mm-hmm.
So I had to go and make it official. So they spanked me basically and say, hey, you're in contempt. You did this without going through the court. So they're like kind of firm with me about it. I said, listen, I mean, we worked it out. It's fine. She said, yeah, but you've been, so if it doesn't, she said, man, you could have messed up bad. Fortunately, you've got all your receipts. If she were to fight you, it would be a big deal. So anyway, it was like the difference in the 3 years from what I was originally paying to what I modified to was like almost 30 grand. So, or a little over 30 grand. So it says in there, this is what, if that would have happened, that's basically what it's saying. So they took that and spun it and said that I owed child support. I've never, you heard Lynn come on here. I've never owed. In fact, I still pay for my 20-year-old daughter. I give her support for her and I don't have to do that. These people are insane. They are so desperate that they're still saying that I'm a fake cop. Still,
But it's
to
what
this
they
day,
do to each other.
first,
Like they do it with each other, and none of them know how to tell the truth. So they assume
I went
everybody
on
else is lying.
I went on that show, that 11, whatever it is, and first thing spun, that's a fake cop.
Mhm.
I swear to you, I can't make this up. It's unbelievable. So, we're going to do what we do, and they look like idiots in the end. Trust me, they're desperate fools. So, hey, and you look at what's his face's shows. The only shows that get him clicks is when he brings me up.
Well, well, if you pay attention, anyone that has a shitload of subs and they put out a video, but they only get like a 1,000 or 2,000 views, something's wrong.
Yeah. And what do we get?
Something's real wrong.
I close
We
my
get
show.
more views. John gets more views than he has subs.
Yeah.
So
See, that's telling you
that
something.
tells you how good a channel's doing. And yeah,
I'm in the 150th percentile. I just eclipsed 100 something. I'm at 102,000 views now for a show that's 3 months. Technically, it's older than that, but I didn't really start till 3 months ago putting video out, or it's been almost 4 months now. But to already eclipse over 100,000 views, that's pretty amazing. They sent me this big congratulations thing and all kinds of stuff. So they can say what they want to say. Like, I only have this many subs, but I'm not out whoring out and sharing. Those are all shared subs they have.
Well, that's why they do it.
And
That's why
not,
they
and you're
made
not
this little
buying,
coalition, was to give each other their subs.
And when
You're
I
not
brought that
buying
up to
them either.
Dago, I'm like, these guys didn't earn theirs. Well, that's what we're supposed to do. No, that's a freaking cult.
No.
That's not what you're supposed to do. You have your own show. You earn your own damn subs. You don't create this little coalition. It's like it's disgusting to me. It really is. And then they jump up and down. Oh, well, so and so's passed you on subs already. I don't care about subs. I care about views, like Rachel just said. Views and engagement time. My engagement time, that means people that come to the show and watch, the average time is 58 minutes. That's amazing to hold somebody 58 minutes on a show.
Well, I saw, what was it the other day that Stinky Doo-Doo did that 10-hour show? I went in there for like 5 minutes. Like I said, I can only listen to them for so long. I went in there for like 5 minutes, and the chat was moving really slow because I even turned down the volume so I can just see the chat. And I looked, and the chat wasn't moving. I'm like, how many people? There were 30 people there.
And
they were on for 10 hours with 30 people.
Look what Privilege just did, because the other night he went up over 1,000 subs in one night.
Wow.
And Privilege just said, Jack Dinky's commenters, they are Chinese and African and Arab. He's bought subs. It's obvious. So for those that don't know, yes, you can buy subs. You spend money and you can buy them. I don't know how YouTube is not getting it, but what happens is you get all these subs and you see that you have all these subs. There's another creator that I believe did that too. That
poor thing spent all of his peanut butter money on subs.
And he comes back and he gets like 30,000 subs overnight. It was crazy, and we all know what happened. So
a 10-hour show, and they had 30 subs, and the chat wasn't moving. And they think they're doing well.
Yeah. But
yeah, your message is getting out there, dude.
Yeah. Bella, why don't you come on? Post a link. Will you come up? Love to have you come up. This is Bella. She's one of my favorites. If you can come up, come on up. All you got to do is click on that link. You don't have to put a picture or an emoji or anything. There's a camera button on the bottom. You just say turn camera off and you just talk. And you'll have a blank box.
Thank you.
Yeah, it took me forever to find the picture of my puppy. It was in my old pictures. I had to go find a picture of my dog. All right, I'm gonna go down now. But it was good talking to you all. I'll be back in chat.
Do you want to go, or you can stay up if you want?
I'm just gonna let someone else join in. I'll go join chat again because I can't read chat while I'm on here. Well, I'm missing out on the chat. And usually what I'll do is I'll chat during the show, and then I'll go back and watch the replay because I missed what's going on.
All right. Well, thank you so much.
Well,
You're
thank you,
awesome.
and you all have a good night. And like I said, I'll be in
Thank you
chat.
for being part of the team. All right. Bye-bye.
Hey, Dinky Dingleberry Dog Ball spent all of his peanut butter money on subs.
Yeah.
That's why he was in a bad mood.
You know what's funny is when I called him out for saying that he wished J-Lord would die, he did a little show on that, and he did a little video saying that I said, "Oh, really?" I said I would never say something like that. I never said I wished he would die. He was talking about coming down here and whooping my ass, and the man can't even breathe. And I'm saying you better get rid of that COPD. You better have your puffer with you, because I can tell you right now, you may be, a big boy, but I'm no schluck. You'll know you fought me, but I never would say anything like he said. So he tried to spin that I was saying that I wished he would die from a COPD. That's how infantile this guy is. He's got the brain of a freaking squirrel. Honest to goodness. And he thinks he's the protector. He thinks Rachel, this guy actually thinks these people are his friends. He really does. He thinks they're like his best friends. Get a life. You guys are all my friends, but I mean, he takes it to extreme. So let's see what Kimberly says. Think a lot about, yeah, they are. The bots, they're buying the bot subs. It's obvious. One goes, yeah, you're absolutely right. There's another one. His name's Brian. He did it too. So it's pretty stupid. If I'm that desperate.
How about these fools riding this Turtle Boy train on out? They
Riding
can't admit
what?
they're wrong either.
No.
The Turtle Boy train.
Oh, I'm telling you guys, I practically begged Brian not to jump on that train. I said, I'm telling you, bro, this guy is going to get hooked up. The next day.
Arrested equals hooked up, y'all.
The next day, Brian sent me, I have the text. He goes, where are you at? Are you sitting down or something like that? He says, you're not going to believe it. I'm like, what? He says, he got hooked up. How did you know? I said, because the guy's an idiot. Just because you can say it doesn't mean you should say it. And he's out there freaking getting in people's face, and he's messing up. So he's intimidating witnesses. I try to tell Brian, but Brian, that's in his backyard. You know that, right? He lives right there.
Yeah.
So it gives him an opportunity to be boots on the ground and be more like a reporter, which is kind of like his dream. So I don't blame him for doing it, but I question his motive. You'd have to be a total idiot to believe that woman is innocent. And she actually believes she's innocent now. When you tell a lie so many times.
No, man, when she was walking up those steps, John, she had a duper's delight smile on her face.
Yeah, did you see the look she gave the prosecuting attorney?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
It was, she smiled at the crowd like, yeah, I've got all of y'all fooled.
Yeah.
I mean, that chick smacked him and then got scared, went home, tried to sober up, and she left that helpless man out there in the snow to die.
Yeah. Well, they're trying to spin it like the prosecution doesn't have a case and they're messing up, but I can guarantee you when this thing starts, they're going to be backstroking big time, and she better take that plea that they offered.
She not even meant to hit him, John, but she was DUI, so she knew her ass was grass.
She knew exactly what she was doing.
I mean, I don't know. I don't think she might have meant to hit him. She might not have even seen him, but he was, he was probably standing there, and she nailed the gas and pop. I mean.
Well, did my video that I did with the kids? I mean,
the glass from his cup was embedded in the bumper, I think.
In the bumper cover, yeah. And
I mean, how much proof do you need?
And then somebody said, when I was on a show and somebody said, it was the wrong side of the body. No, it wasn't. He was walking that way toward the house. She was past the house. They determined where she was. She threw it in reverse, and she wanted to re-engage with him because he got out of the car and started going to that party. She already said she didn't feel good. She didn't want to go to the party. So what woman would want their man to go to a party full of a bunch of women and leave when you're already almost on, he already said this relationship's over. So she was insecure. That's what it's all about. This is all a domestic violence incident is what it is. She threw it in reverse. She went back to re-engage with him, and she hit him. She didn't do it on purpose, but she hit him. And end of story. The man went flying through the air, 24 miles an hour. And she, the back of his head smacked on the, there's an air brim that comes down on the back window. And if you look at that, he was like 6'1". It would be dead even with him standing there. It would smack him in the back, split his head open where it did, catapult him through the air. And when that ME testifies, I'm telling you all right now, they're not talking about this. When that ME testifies and says he was definitely hit by a car, and this is how I know, because all the organs would slam into his rib cage and rebound back, and they'll have contusions all over them. That's how you know when someone was hit by a car. A 6,500-pound SUV.
It hit him so hard. I wouldn't be surprised if it didn't rip his vagus nerve loose.
Oh, it could have separated. No, it could have ruptured his aorta and done something like that. But apparently, he laid there for a while, and he died of hypothermia.
No, it was the brain swelling that killed him.
The brain swelling, but the hypothermia.
If you see pictures of him while he's in the hospital, he has no bruises on his cheeks, or his entire face is pristine, except for his eyelids. His upper eyelids were swollen up like blisters, and that's indicative of a TBI. That man was not beat to death.
No. He was beat to death by a 6,500-pound SUV. That's what he was beat to death with. End of story. And when I did my show, if you guys didn't get a chance to watch my show on that, go back and find it and watch it. I took I have an MMA dummy it's called a Dan dummy, and you throw it down, you grapple with it, you hit it, and it's about 50 pounds. So I took that with my son, and I simulated, because they kept saying that he walked upstairs. But my theory is when he was hit, he was catapulted through the air, and the Apple Watch and his phone picked up that he was traveling upstairs because he was traveling upward. But the Apple Watch measures if you go up, not necessarily walking upstairs. So we took the dummy and we tossed it up. You have to get almost 10 feet. And we tossed it up, and it registered. So the theory that he went into the house when 11 people are in there that said he never came into the house, so they're all going to corroborate and lie together. It's all bullshit. These people are unbelievable. And to take a bullhorn, stand on the front of the courthouse and get in people's face and scream the nonsense that turtle jerk was screaming, I'll tell you, boy, I hope he gets his ass handed to him. Now he's got a domestic charge on a pregnant woman.
Well, let's flip to the Idaho case right quick. Sure. At least in the Karen Reed case, they're dealing with cops that could come up with a good enough lie. You know what I'm saying? As far as the conspiracy aspect. In the Idaho 4 case, you're dealing with 19 and 20-year-old kids that they have just been taken off of their mama's titty. This is the first time they've ever lived out alone. They have no life experience, no criminal record. But somehow these kids are supposed to be able to lie to seasoned investigators without getting caught.
Right. Well, that's why I wanted to expose. Makes sense. That's why I wanted to expose WSU Kim so bad. Because what she did, she started all this shit. You know that, right? She started it with her nonsense, and people saw what her nonsense got them. Her obscene comments, her obscene theories, the things that she said were true because she had a witness. People bought it. And that woman was used by every damn creator out there that was into conspiracy theories, and every single one of them was called out by us. And I lost respect for many shows that I actually had a little respect for by having her on. You know, they used the hell out of her. She's done deal now. She can't hardly get into any show. She's got to fake her name. The first thing she does, she comes in the show and she says, "He was never a cop." I swear, I can't make this shit up. That's the first thing she says every time. Let's see. What does it say? They do wipe them out. I've heard YouTube does. Time watch matters. Yeah, you're right, Unsolved. I read that, but there's one creator out there that literally he was gone for a month and a half, and he came back and he jumped on JLR's ass and ran with JLR in his when Escape Convict was out, and he went to like from 20,000 to 50,000 almost overnight. Now there ain't no way he picked up that many subs because his views are really not all of them are way more than me, but he's got 53,000 subs now. I've got just under 2,000, and I'm right there with him. Now he'll have one show that'll do like 8,000 views, but you know, we beat him out the other night. That just tells me, like you said, that they're potentially bot buys. He needs to pay his damn child support, not buy subs.
There's some of these channels that have like 60,000, 80,000, almost 100,000 subs, but they don't get the views that their subs should say they get. I mean, let's say you have 30,000 and you make a video. Well, you should at least get 10,000 views within a week.
Yeah, exactly. Bay's kids said they would have upheld the truth so Dinky wouldn't have cried about it. You're absolutely right. And you know what's funny is I reached out to Clue and I sent her a message in her chat so everyone could see it. And I said, look, just so you know, I've upheld my end of the deal. All these people that were in your chat ran over to Dinky and started talking smack. And then they were denying it the other night. It's amazing. They're all idiots. You know.
Well,
I
thought it was over with. I really did. I thought it was over with. And they wanted to say I was 400 pounds. And
yeah, that was pretty funny.
That was hilarious.
Yeah. I mean, did you go back, you went back and heard that after I told you about it?
No, I saw it in chat. I saw it in chat when people said I was 400 pounds. 400 pounds. At 5 foot even, if I was 400 pounds, my ass would have to get in a van and go see Dr. Now. Do you realize how big I'd be if I was 400 pounds? My waist would be bigger around than I am tall.
Yeah. Sportsy Girl said Brian Hoffman, that's who she's talking about, thinks he's some stealth mode investigator regarding John. That guy, he's a straight up, in my opinion, alcoholic. It's not his disability because he comes on there. He was on a show earlier today and he was sounded pretty cognitive. His cognitive thinking was there. He wasn't all slurred. And then he admitted that he just started drinking and he said something about me. Yeah, John will say I'm an alcoholic. No, you're drunk every time you come on, in my opinion. So, and then people are like, oh, he's got a disability. Whatever, dude. I'm not buying it. Because one day you sound fine, the next day you sound like, and one day you're typing fine in chat, and the next day your words are all garbled and misspelled and ran together. It's because you're a drunk, in my opinion. Let's see. Brian H. is crazy. I think he is. I don't even think they want him on the show, to be honest with you. I think they feel bad for him and bring him on because he just makes a total ass out of himself. Sergeant Friday treats him like dog snot. He's freaking tells him to shut up all the time and stuff. That's another guy. All right, y'all. We've been going 2.5 hours.
Hell, it was probably Sergeant Friday, the one that came in here and flashed the whole screen. Poor thing.
It probably was. That looks like something. That's something that freaking Guido would do. You know what's funny
it
is
was
he claims
disgusting.
he shut up. He shut up when I said I want to see the receipts. You know, because he always talks about his family being RICO'd
Yeah.
people.
You told him to come up with the receipts, and he can't provide them.
Come on up with it. I'll redact every name on there, but I want to see.
Man, it takes a lot to build a RICO case, man. It
Yeah,
takes
you
like
can't
3
just-
years worth of investigations.
Just so y'all know, just to take pen and put it to paper and ask for permission to start a RICO investigation is a huge deal. It is a huge deal. You don't just frame somebody for racketeering. That's what RICO is, y'all. It's racketeering. 2 or more people conspiring together to commit a crime would constitute racketeering. You just don't accuse somebody of racketeering, take it to trial, and lose. You rarely lose a racketeering case. And then he says the entire department was arrested. I want to see it. Just like I want to see AR. I want to see AR's news, because if AR was shot by a cop in a Walmart, there has got to be. I Googled it. I couldn't find anything with him in it. There were other shootings, not with him. So AR, the liar, purported that he was shot post being released from prison on parole, made this story up that he was this badass and he had a temper and he has to control his temper. So his story was that he was in Walmart with his wife and somebody bumped into her with a shopping cart, and he went ballistic, wound up in a fight with a guy. The police were called and the police shot him in the leg.
Hey, John.
Liar.
Diane's here. Diane's here, and guess who doesn't have a wrench?
Where's Diane?
She just came in.
Okay. Yeah, Diane, I think Tanner and I, we were messing around and we might have unwrenched people by accident. Nobody was unwrenched on purpose. So we'll wrench you back. I have to go into settings and do that. I thought I could do it live, but I guess I can't because it says put user in timeout. I don't think Tanner's watching right now. It only gives me the ban and put user in timeout option. It used to have make mod. So I must have screwed my own settings up somehow. Or we have that mole that I thought probably came in here and did something. Who knows?
But going back to what you said, it takes at least 3 years of investigation to get a RICO case.
I'm sorry, Rachel. What'd you say?
It takes about 3 years worth of investigation to get a RICO case on people.
Oh, at least.
Because they have to sit back and watch how you operate because it's organized. If they can't take you to court and explain how your crime gang is organized, then they don't have a case. They have to sit back and watch you and watch you and watch you, and then bam, indictments fly out.
RICO was enacted by J. Edgar Hoover, if I remember right, and it was for the mafia. That's why they came up with racketeering. I've done 2 racketeering cases. I was case agent on one. The other one I assisted in. I'm telling you right now, just the manpower and the hours that are put into that, you're not doing anything but working on that case until you get an indictment. It's insane. He is so full of garbage, Sergeant Friday. You're a liar, Sergeant Friday. Produce it. You're open to telling everybody everything and what a badass you are. I want you to produce it. Produce the case, and we'll go from there. Let's critique it. I want to know the agency that did it. I want to know how many officers were fired because they framed your father. This guy is mental. He is deranged. He hates cops. He hates the system. It is so, and then he says he doesn't. He's a walking contradiction. People like him are disgusting to me. And he's anti-American. Who says, Rachel, and you can remember this, who says something like this, and I'll quote him exactly. I hope that if they find out that Brian Kohlberger did this and he's guilty, I hope he gets off on a technicality. That's what he said. Couldn't believe it. Backstroke from that one, jerk. We're going to fight these people, y'all. We're going to keep fighting them. We're going to do other stuff too, but really there's not much out there. I want to start covering Rach. I want to start covering Rex because I think it's about time. There's a lot of stuff out there.
Oh yeah.
And I want to start because I believe Rex, I believe this guy is going to be probably in the top 5 prolific serial killers in our time.
I don't know. Samuel Little.
I think there's bodies everywhere. I said top 5.
Yeah, top. Yeah, you're right.
He's not going to be top, but top 5. I think there's bodies everywhere. This guy.
I think he might have got one every time he went out of town.
Well, every time his wife left town too. When his wife went to Ireland and would take the kids, so he's got free reign. I think it was Ireland. Oh, Iceland. His wife's from Iceland, I believe. So she would take the kids for the summer and go to Iceland.
Well, they were. When they searched his land, there were people saying, "Oh, they're going to find bodies on that land." There was no way in hell you were going to find those bodies on his property or on his other land that he owns. And I'm going to tell you the reason why. He saw those women as trash. Mm-hmm. You don't keep trash. You throw it out.
No, unresolved. Unsolved. I don't think she was involved.
That's why
I thought the wife was involved.
That's why they wasn't going to find any bodies on his property.
Yep, you're right. And unsolved crimes. And the reason why I believe her hair got there is because a burlap bag will pick up. If you dropped a burlap bag, if he had those in the house laying around, hair will stick to that. I mean, it's like one of those lint cloths.
Oh, even if his wife rode in the truck and he had that bag in the front seat, it would have got on there.
Right. And I just think, I think this guy is going to be, and let's see where the crime sleuths go with this one. Let's see how far they go when that one starts to get hot. Right now, it's cold for some reason, and I don't really understand why that case is cold.
Well, Rex was totally controlling of everything in that relationship, from the money to everything.
Yeah, she had no idea about anything.
She was, what do you call it? A kept woman.
Yeah.
I mean, she was seen and not heard. She was one of them kind.
Yeah.
He was totally in charge of that relationship.
I wonder if he met her online and got her her green card. You know what I mean? I don't think anyone's talked about that. I wonder if he did. I bet he did. And Saul says, yeah, exactly. I think those bags were used in the beginning and then got cocky when he was caught. Dismembering takes too much work. Yep, you're right. That's a big man. He's 6'4".
I disagree with the dismemberment thing. It doesn't take much time at all. But
if you got a sawzall, I can dismember you with a sawzall in about 5 minutes. I promise you.
I can dismember you with a boning knife in about 15 minutes. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, because you know where to go, where joints to go and pop them.
Well, my dad was a butcher. I mean, it's not hard.
Yeah, sawzall would be the way most people would do it, I would think.
Yeah, but you want to know something? Yeah, but it would be easier if you froze the bodies and then use the sawzall, and it would get a lot less blood everywhere. If you froze one and chopped it up in itty bitty pieces, that's what they said Gerard John Schaefer did to a few of his. Fed them to the sharks. He was that cop that used to hang them girls from nooses and give them just enough slack to where they could stand on their tiptoes, and he would watch them slowly hang themselves as their legs got weak while he did crazy things to himself while watching. But yeah, that's what he liked to do. He liked to make them watch each other die. That was his thing. Gerard Schaefer was a freak. Y'all need to go watch his
AR Hayes just sent me something. He's saying this guy is mental. He is a mental. He sent me an email just blasting me, and then 5 minutes later sends me this nice email totally saying, I hope you succeed and your show does good. It's like, this guy's a Jekyll and freaking Hyde. He just sends me this email saying, seriously, in community post, you clearly lied. Really? What did I want you to tell me what I clearly lied about. I clearly lied that you said that you were shot in a Walmart. I've got it. I've got the clip. I'll just have to play it. Make you look like a total idiot. You did not state any of those things that you claimed, blah, blah, blah. But in all seriousness, John, I've been worried about you lately. He's been worried about me. Oh, thank you, AR. Stop patronizing me. I'm not like one of your little bitches that you talk to out there. You're not going to smooth me over like you do your wife. I'm dead serious. You know why you treat her so good? Because she's all you have. Because you don't work. You don't do anything. You said it, and then you lied and said you did. You gamble, and you're not allowed to live in hotels. You got to have a permanent resident. Telling people you live in hotels because you gamble so much. We'll see about that, pal. And for the record, I never contacted your parole officer. I never contacted your wife's place of employment. You said that? You wanted to make me look like I'm some freaking nut job that would actually do that? Well, push me. I could, but I didn't. You give yourself too much credit.
If you did something like that, you would admit it. You're not the type of dude that would do something and then not admit it. Because I don't think you would do anything that you're not proud of.
Nope. And if I mess up, I own it. I'm not having to own anything. I'm doing what's right, in my opinion. Somebody's got to do it. I don't give a damn what you think, AR Hayes. But I'll tell you what, I'm going to expose your ass for the liar you are. Because I guarantee you, I got a buddy of mine that's in LP for Walmart, and I'm going to find out. I'm going to find out through him whether there's been a shooting of a man in Walmart with his wife that because of an incident with another customer. A little white guy.
You know what state they're in, right? You know what area they're in?
Yeah.
Oh, that's going to be great. I bet
I've
there's
already looked, so I don't see anything. But he lied. He lied big time, and then he tries to backstroke. Oh yeah, I did say that. And who's to say that I didn't
lie about getting shot? Why has he got to lie about getting shot?
Because he's a liar. I don't believe anything that man says now. I don't believe anything he says. He tries to put.
He could have said his computer was messed up. He could have said anything other than I was shot.
Then he comes on the show. I'm never going to go on any panels again. I got that too. He's swearing and he's patronizing me, kissing my ass, because that's what you do, AR. You just went on another show today, kissing their ass. Oh, I love this show. It's so great. You're doing it because you want them to subscribe. And that creator goes, oh, it's AR Hayes. Go to his show. That's not earning subs. You don't earn shit. You manipulate people. You're a liar. You're a 100% liar. And I'm going to prove it. I'm going to expose your ass for what you are. In my opinion, you are a con artist. You learned how to be a better con artist in prison. You were a con artist before you went to prison. You talk about it. You put it all out there. You doxed yourself. You're a POS. I know people like you. I've seen people like you. You are a manipulative little dweeb. That's what you are. And it pisses me off that you even exist. You should still be in prison. And there ain't no way on God's green earth that your ass got shot in a Walmart by a law enforcement officer after you got into a scuffle with another guy and you didn't get violated and put back in prison. There's no way. If you tell me you did, I'm going to tell you right now, I will call your PO and I will find out.
This is another dig at AR, but
lying ass.
Can you imagine?
You're a two-faced little bastard. You're a two-faced little bastard, AR. That's what you are.
Can you imagine how many pop salads he lost?
Was I not nice to that guy?
Yeah, you were more than nice to that guy. But
I was
yeah,
totally nice to this little.
The way he kisses his ass and the way he's Jekyll and Hyde. Can you imagine how many salads he lost in prison?
I hate people. I hate people. I hate kiss ass.
I bet they passed him around like a cookie sheet full of butter biscuits.
You have a beautiful family, by the way. Much love and respect to you and them. If you are stressed on the inside, John, take a deep breath and spend some time, good quality time with your family. It truly helps. AR Hayes. AR. There you go. Did you hear it? I'll turn it up for you. You're a manipulative little punk. Don't send me any more freaking emails because I see right through your fake ass. Sorry, y'all. I tell the truth, and that's what he is. He's a fake little ass. Oh, I spent so much time, 28 years of my life in prison, and I come out and I just want to share my experience. Who gives a crap what your experience was in prison? Read a book, people. Don't listen to this freaking clown who thinks he may have all of these freaking minions out there that believe his BS story. Now, all this was, people, was him patronizing me so that I would stop talking about him because he knows I called his ass out. He knows he's been exposed as a liar. He knows it. He knows he messed up. Now he's trying to patronize me. I can't stand people like you, AR. You're a punk. The end. Just like all the rest of these idiots out here making up stuff about our justice system. Everybody feel free to lay into AR moving forward. Wherever he is, tear into his ass, expose him, ask him to prove that he was shot in a Walmart. He won't be able to because it doesn't exist. Promise you.
Texas. I'm pretty sure he knows what meat shanks are, though.
I still crack up, Rachel, when you described him in jail.
Holding somebody's pocket.
Hey, picture this, y'all. AR is standing behind this big dude, and this big dude's got his pocket out, right? And it's like a leash. And Rachel described AR as the dude behind him holding onto his pocket. Okay, honey, let's go wherever you want to go. He's somebody's bitch. You don't fool me. Not at all. I've seen people like you my whole life. AR Hayes, you don't fool me at all. You are what you are, and you will always be a con artist, which is what you were, and you are, and you will always be.
Lord, Dinky with his peanut butter and AR Hayes with his breakfast jelly.
Yeah. So sending me this patronizing email. Sorry, guys. That's how I feel about that little weasel. He talks like he's some badass. What are you, 5'6", 135 pounds? You ain't shit. You were a bitch in prison, and you're a bitch now, and you're a liar.
What, 100?
You're a liar. You are a liar. You patronize everybody to try and get subs. You messed with the wrong dude. You blew smoke up the wrong ass.
Was that weight before or after losing his teeth?
Ass, I promise you. I'll make you the biggest project ever. In fact, tomorrow I will run your name and I will get everything you've ever been arrested for. Tomorrow. And I'll have it by the end of the day. We'll see how truthful you are, punk. Don't you ever send me a patronizing email again like you did. You're done. You come onto my show and kiss my ass for like an hour, trying to get people from my show to sub to you, which I said, go ahead and do it. That's what you do. You're a tool.
The thing about it is you don't give a shit who someone subs to. It doesn't cost you subs if they sub to somebody else. You don't give a shit.
Yeah, it doesn't. That's what they do. Then they
I
claim
mean,
they're all
these
big and
folks
bad.
are busy playing Red Rover with each other. You know. Red Rovers, and they are on over.
How does he work
And
50
it's
hours,
people
55
say,
hours plus his YouTube and spend time in other panels and on the road trips? But because he's a professional gambler, that's what he said. So listen, when you're on parole, you cannot reside in a hotel or a motel. You have to have a permanent residence. Period. So, AR, you said the other night, I've got it. You said that you lived in a hotel or hotels. You got a big mouth. You have diarrhea of a mouth. Did you learn that in prison too? I figured you'd come out a little smarter than that. But you try to make everything drama with yourself about your life. And you tell this story about being shot in a Walmart. I just sat there. I was laughing my ass off because those people actually believe it. But I know you're not allowed to have any negative contact with LE, any, when you're on parole. Way more strict than probation. You're on parole. So you get shot by a cop. A, if it was wrongful, you should have a huge lawsuit, brother. B, even if it hitting your wife with a shopping cart, I keep saying golf cart, shopping cart, you created an affray. You got in a fight with the guy. That would violate you. You'd be gone bye-bye because it shows violent tendencies and you're on parole. You get shot by a cop, that's going to throw some flags up. They will incarcerate your ass until they figure out what happened. You're a liar. Prove me wrong. I want the report. I already Googled it. I already looked. I don't see anything with you being shot in a Walmart, and that would be front page news.
Well, the thing about it is, he said he assaulted someone.
Yeah,
Yeah,
right.
if he got shot because of an assault, why isn't his ass back in jail?
And then you hear Sergeant Friday, oh, and you got shot in the leg. We've been trying to tell cops to shoot people in legs forever. Well, that's what a dumbass you are, Sergeant Friday, because we're not trained to shoot people in the leg. You double tap, center mass, you reevaluate. Pow, pow, and you reevaluate. If you got to pop another cap, pop another damn cap. Sergeant Friday, oh, shoot him in the leg. That's what we've been trying to get cops to do forever. That's not how it works. You could miss a leg. That's not going to stop anybody.
Hey, you listen, that just goes to show how low of an IQ this criminal has. Seriously, he's supposed to tell us. Wait a minute. He's supposed to tell us how Brian was able to wasn't able to commit the Idaho 4 without help because of, how clean it was and how void of DNA it was. All of this kind of shit. But you can't even get away with petty crime. How many times did you get caught? He's got to have the criminal IQ of a turd burglar.
If
I'm going to learn about crime, I want to learn from people who didn't get caught.
How about he was the head of the white supremacist group? He was the head dog of a white supremacist group.
No, he was their bitch puppies, what he was.
That's what he said. He was the head. No, wait, I'm sorry. He was number 5. Number 5 in the pecking order of the largest white supremacist group in the nation. Or something in the prison or the nation. I'm not sure what he said. But that's what he said. And he wants forgiveness now because he's changed his life. No, you know what the truth is, AR? You've got nowhere else to go. So you better kiss that lady's ass that you're with. You better tell her you love her 52 times a day. You better know how to manipulate her and make her feel important, because that's all you have.
You better learn how to gum it in the moonlight.
That's you know what, I get emails about that story all the time. I had somebody email me the other day, wanted me to email that story to them because they were laughing so hard. Let's see. John, I'm curious. The Bulge Rebel was scored for a murder weapon. Do what now? John, I'm curious. The Bulge Rebel was scored for a murder weapon. If that didn't happen, can the defense use that as a far murder weapon? Could have. I'm not sure I followed. Do you follow that, Rach? Do you see that? I'm not sure.
Yeah, Detective John, I'm curious if the building rubble was scoured for a murder weapon. If that didn't happen, can the
So after tearing it down,
absolutely not, because who's going to leave? I mean, what are they supposed to do? Search the walls?
Man, I can't even hardly see that.
The entire house was empty.
Yeah, that there's nothing in that house.
I mean,
I'm not gonna say that this is absolute, but I'm not gonna be surprised if they don't need
a weapon to convict somebody.
No. All they need to have is method and opportunity. That's all
they don't even need motive.
Nope. Motive's a bonus. And the only way they're going to get motive is if they have a statement, and they're not going to get they're going to lay out a foundation to try and prove a motive, but they're not going to get it from him. So yeah, I can't hardly read stuff right now. So the building, you're asking when they tore the house down, you're asking if they scoured the house for the murder weapon, and it could have other DA. That house was a skeleton. There's nothing in that house of evidentiary value anymore. You know, when they brought the hazmat team in there, the hazmat team actually, they have to cut away areas. They removed the floors. Anything that had BLOD on it was removed.
Even when they packed all that stuff up, all the furniture and the clothes and all the kids' personal effects, everything in that house that was packed up by the police, and they searched through. That is
a valid question, though, Terry. So that's a good question.
It is a good question.
They
don't need connection. They don't need motive or a weapon in these cases these days. It's this technological advancement in true crime. I mean, investigative techniques and stuff is out of this world.
Right. You're right, Amy. I need Tanner because I don't know what I did.
It helps, but
mad. My mom's.
That's the thing, though. When you're dealing with a psychopath, the motive is only known to that psychopath.
All right, I was reading through some of the stuff. Scary apology, John. So you're not sure what happened to the wrenches, but y'all getting... Yeah, y'all, I don't know. We were in there messing around because there were some people that were blocked that were very sus to me. We would never block them. So to be honest with you, I think what happened is I didn't immediately block one of my mods that's no longer a mod, that's bitter now. So I think she went in during a show and she blocked a bunch of people. And so we had to go in and find the list of blocked people and unblock them. There were 4 in there that I would have never blocked. So that just shows you the mentality of some people. They're so infantile that they would try to go into a show that they once had a wrench on and cause turmoil. So basically, I don't know if we accidentally did it or what, but everybody will have their wrench back. Tanner will be here tomorrow and we'll figure it out. The only ones that have wrenches are my latest ones, and that makes total sense. So my theory is probably correct because that person didn't know my last 4.
Yeah, everybody that's got a wrench was added after she left.
Exactly. So I don't mean to point fingers, but it makes total sense to me. So that's just something she would do because I think that's her mentality. I think she's crazy as F, to be honest with you.
I'm not gonna talk about Kelly D because
well,
I don't think I did anything.
She's kind of pushed me.
To her.
She
kind of. I'm not
gonna.
But
whoever ex-con is, you're not coming up unless you go in the chat and tell me who you are. No ex-cons coming up here. I don't know who ex-con is.
I don't.
So go in the chat first.
Do you think that Rex would actually fess up to everything he's done once he's found guilty and his appeals are over with?
No, because
usually they won't run their mouth. They're a lot of them aren't like Jeffrey Dahmer or the Green River Killer and BTK. They all fessed up and laid it all out on the table. Do you think he's going to be one of those?
I think when it comes down to, that's a DP state, isn't it? Is New York a DP state?
I don't know.
Or isn't it?
I have no idea.
Know. Somebody in chat, look up if New York's a DP state. I can't remember if that's a death penalty state or not. It's a liberal state, so it's typically not, but I think it may have been years ago and maybe still is. I don't know. Black Austin, that's not AR.
Well, I mean,
ex-con's not AR.
I just know that Bundy didn't confess to all of his stuff.
AR will never be welcome back on this show. He's been on it 2 or 3 times, and he's totally done with me. I don't trust him as far as I could throw his little weaselly ass, and I could probably throw it 20 feet.
I know Ed Kemper, he admitted to everything he did. Ted Bundy did finally after his appeals were exhausted. Tommy Lynn Sells, he admitted the things that he did to a certain extent.
Right. New York has, Amy said New York has the death penalty, but don't use it. So I haven't even gotten that far in it. Have they talked about?
Well, you know what? They would probably use it in order to get him to fess up to everything he's done.
Well, yeah, that's the tactic I would use, and then not use it to get him to plea out.
There's a lot of women out there that probably don't even have a name. They're probably still Jane Does. You don't know.
Well, his MO, he went after the same size women. They were all very tiny and petite.
I told you, little girls.
Did you hear that? Go ahead, what?
I told you petite girls, people go after petite girls. They think we're easy to handle.
Well, one of them was smaller than you. She was like 4'9".
Oh my goodness.
She was real tiny. She said she was 4'11", but her roommate said that she was really like 4'9".
As big as that man is, do you know how scary that would have been to have them big ass hands wrapped around your throat?
Because he knew, yeah. And the one, I forget her name. The one, that's why I want to cover this case. The one that was on the phone, called 911. She's on the phone saying somebody's following her, and she screams.
And she says they're trying to kill me.
They're trying to kill me.
Not he's trying to kill me. Yeah, they're trying to kill me.
They're trying to kill me. And that was like, I just got chills right now. I mean, they're trying to kill me. So I'm thinking there must be an accomplice, maybe his brother.
Well, they said he was into that swinger stuff. We don't know how deep that went either. They could have been a part of these snuff parties, rape and snuff parties, gang rape and snuff parties.
Right.
I mean, as far as that goes, I mean, that kind of stuff right there gets deep.
Bella, do you want to come up? I'm going to post a link. I love Bella. She's awesome. Oh, I'm sorry. I said the L word. I like Bella. My bad. You guys are making me weak.
Bella, he does love you.
Let's see what Pookie. AR likes his women. He likes this woman he has now because he doesn't have to buy her any clothes because she always just wears her dirty Dairy Queen uniform. In all honesty, she seems like a sweetheart. So God bless her. She stuck with him. She tells the story and she loves him. But you know what? Some people have to feel like they're taking care of somebody. That's what some people are like. They like to be that way because they're nurturing people. I think she's a very nurturing person and she's got a huge heart and she's trying to fix him. You can't fix that guy.
Yeah, you got women that'll bring home some scrubs, like they bring home stray dogs that are starving on that side of the road. At least the dog is worthy. I mean, you know.
But I would never say anything negative about her. I just think that she's just one of those nurturing people and she thinks she can change him. And I guarantee you she walks on eggshells. Guarantee you, because he said himself how explosive he is. And he's a pathological liar. Period. Prove me wrong, AR. Produce the receipts of you getting shot in Walmart and I'll shut up. Or come out and admit you lied. You should have said something like, this is probably what he's going to, well, I meant they shot me with a taser. You watch, it's going to come out next. Well, I didn't mean I got shot. I got shot with a taser.
I got shot with a taser.
But yeah, I don't know. Let's see. John, I'm hoping you can shed some light on how someone would know this unless they were watching from outside or they were inside. I'm hoping you can shed some light on how someone would know this unless they were watching from the outside or they were on inside. I'm not sure, Terry. I'm kind of lost. I'd have to read chat. Is there something going on in chat that I don't know about that would enlighten me? Or you can.
Hey Terry, what case are you talking about? Are you talking about the Idaho 4?
Right. I don't know which one she's talking about.
And do you think that he was? I mean, I don't know. We don't understand what you're asking.
Just repost down. I'm at the bottom
please.
now. Oh, she's got a couple of questions regarding Xana. Sports Girl says Terry has a couple of questions regarding Xana and DoorDash. Well, my opinion on the DoorDash is I think he was there, arrived around the time that BK was in there. I think that she came out, she got her food, she walked into the kitchen, she put it on the counter, and as she was walking around in the kitchen, I can see him coming down the stairs and encountering her. That's what I think happened. And then he went, shh, I'm here to help you. Pushes her back, probably stabs her right there and pushes her back in the bedroom. And then gets Ethan, who's laid back, probably just got done, having a good time with her, unsuspecting anything. And I think that DoorDash, because isn't a DoorDash driver they're not releasing his name.
No, and Steve said early on in the case that I'm echoing back to myself for some reason. Steve said that she got the DoorDash.
Yeah, she did.
And
She put it on
carried it
on
to the
counter and
kitchen,
opened it.
and she noticed the door was open. The sliding glass door was open, and she said, "Someone's here."
Yeah, that
And
could be it
that's what
too.
Dylan heard. But he
Now we
very
got
well could have been
now we got
upstairs
let's
grabbing
violate
Patty
parole.
at that time.
Now I got somebody using let's violate parole trying to come in the backstage. Dude, whoever you are, I'm not going to entertain fake screen names. So that ain't going to work. Rachel, I lost you. Hello? You there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Rach. Okay.
Yeah, I'm here. I think somebody's trying to dick with my computer.
Somebody keeps coming in here with fake screen names like let's violate parole now. It was escape convict for one, and then that one. What do you think? I'm stupid. Not gonna work.
I don't think it's Kilroy. I think it's Steve Irwin or one of those freaks that all they do is think about Detective John. They pretend to be A.R. Hayes before.
Oh, now I got IFD'd AR's wife. These people are unbelievable. Did you hear that, AR? Somebody's saying they you know what, your wife on my show. And just for you, buddy, and her, out of respect for her, I would never bring that person up. But back to Rex Heuermann. That guy, if you guys have not seen the interview with him when he has that reporter coming in there interviewing him about his job, and he had, what did he call it? The persuader. He had his hammer and he called it the persuader. And the look in his eyes, that guy is scary. He is scary.
This is what Terry asked. She said, "How would someone know that Xana was in the kitchen at 4:05 a.m.? I'm not saying how anyone would know this without actually being there, because there's a confirmation the DoorDash delivery driver left the stuff. The food was found in the kitchen,
on the counter,
unopened,
with the sticker on it with her name on it.
Yep, and the back sliding glass was open. That's what Steve said. That's what he said that he knew about it.
I think that the conversation, because when you get the delivery, they notify you that it's been delivered, dropped at the door, and then you have to do like a little survey. And I think that could be what she was doing around that time when they said that she had activity on her phone. What do you think, Rachel? She got the delivery, she confirmed she got it, and she was happy, and she probably gave a good review.
Yeah.
And that was it. I think that is what that was all about. I don't think she was communicating
Steve
with anyone else.
When they are assuming, they're guessing, but that when she got the DoorDash delivery, she went upstairs, she put it on the counter, and she noticed the sliding glass door was open. And she said, "Someone's here." And that's the last thing that they heard Xana say. Dylan said that she heard someone say, "Is someone here?"
Now someone is saying the fries were in the microwave. I hadn't heard that one, Amy. Have you heard that one, Rach?
No, I hadn't heard that one.
Who said that, Amy? A local? So a local person said it. Now, how would they do that? I mean, that would be my question.
How did they know that wasn't leftover fries from the day before?
Yeah, did you see some of the pictures early on? The kitchen was a mess. It looked
Well,
like
they had partied the night before.
Yeah, they had a party the night before. That kitchen was a mess.
But I think he came through that sliding glass door probably while Xana was still in her room, went upstairs and was taking care of Kaylee and Maddie. And then when she came out to get the DoorDash and she went back up to the kitchen, he was done with Kaylee and Maddie. And then he went on Xana and Ethan. But I believe he crept down them stairs either when she was in the kitchen or when she went to go get the DoorDash delivery, because I believe he went in there and got Ethan third, and he got Xana when she walked back into the bedroom.
Could have been. She could have
Because
been in the
I
back.
believe that I really believe he felt like he had to neutralize that man when he seen him.
Well, she had, especially if he was awake. But I think
Ethan could have been laying down and wasn't
possibilities.
asleep yet, and laying on his side and never seen him come into the room.
Yeah, you're right.
And if he did hear somebody come in the room, why wouldn't he think that was just Xana walking back in? He wouldn't prepare for that.
Well, and Putin's mistress says, and I was pointing that out early on when they're over an area and you see them bending over when the girl sneezes in her arm and stuff. That could have been, and I was saying this back then, that could have been where he encountered her right there, because the bathroom's also right there, and he could have stabbed her right there. That's why there's probably blood spatter and all kinds of stuff right there, and then carried her on into her bedroom, or Ethan heard it. I think Ethan was the last one killed. I don't think he was the third one killed. I think he was the last one killed, because I think she was out. She was getting the food for them, because that's typically what she would probably do. And her friends all said that she always, it was not uncommon for her to order food at 3-4 o'clock in the morning, get DoorDash. So I think she came out, got the food, was getting it ready to take it in to him and her to eat, for him and her to eat. And she encountered him. And that's why they spent so much time in that area, because I believe there's probably a lot of evidence there from a struggle and stabbing.
There's a lot of evidence that these kids, I mean, these young adults, they're kids to me, but that they were pretty responsible when it came to their drinking. They didn't drive. It was like a big time rule not to drive. So she ordered DoorDash when she got hammered, even if it was 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. And if you notice, the girls, when they left the bar, they all had cars. They could have driven, but they didn't. They used a service to take them home. They were pretty responsible about their drinking, even though they partied. They partied a lot, but they were pretty responsible about how they did it.
Emma said JLR bought a milkshake, or Xana bought a milkshake. She probably did. I mean, to get a milkshake DoorDash, though, better get there quick. I don't know. I guess people do.
I've never wanted a milkshake after partying. I mean, I know I don't drink, but yeah, that don't seem. I'd have to see the receipt. It don't seem like milk would go with alcohol too well.
Right. Hold on a second. Keep talking. Come on, girls. Come on. What are you doing? What are you girls doing? Oh, come on. Oh, these are my girls. Oh, these are my girls. See my two girls? They just woke up and came to the door. I got two now.
They're so
my
cute.
Baby girls.
You better get them puppies fixed when they get of age.
They're my baby girls. They're my baby girls.
John.
They're 8 weeks old now. And they are two
You
little
need to
teddy
get
bears.
them fixed by the time they're 8 months old.
Oh,
Around 8 months old, they both need to be fixed.
They're pretty cute.
I can't believe that. What is it? A Chihuahua that nailed a pit bull?
Yeah. I mean, I told him, guys, everybody, I got these 2 puppies. We had a 5 litter. A guy that works for me actually lives in my mother-in-law's suite behind the house, and he had a blue pit bull, high dollar dog. I mean, he paid like $3,000 for that dog, and he had a little wire-haired Chihuahua. I think it was a Chihuahua mixed with some other kind of terrier. Because I got a Jack Russell that's wire-haired, and it looks a lot same thing, but the Chihuahua is a little bit bigger than normal. And so the pit was like 8 months old, and I'm looking at her, and her tits are like hanging down like this. And I said, "Has she gone in heat?" He says, "Yeah." I said, "Dan, she's pregnant." He says, "No, she's never left my side," which is true. The dog does not leave his side. I said, "You see that little freaking shit right there walking across the driveway with his dick hanging on the ground?" I said, she's got to lay down. And he's a tenacious dog. So he wouldn't stop till he got some. So he hit. So about 8 weeks ago
No
now,
sleep for the Chihuahua.
he
was
calls
on a
me up.
mission.
He calls me up. I mean, we get rolling out of here by 6:30. So I'm usually up by 5, getting stuff ready. And so he calls me. It's like 5:20. He's like, "I can't work today." I'm like, "Why? What's up? We got to work, man." He says, "Molly's laying here spitting out puppies like crazy." I was laughing my ass off. I mean, these dogs they could fit. You could fit 2 in the palm of my hand. What, my baby girl? They're so sweet. Anyway, so they're called. There's 2 different names. They're called Chihuahuas and something else.
Can you imagine the attitude on those little dogs when they get grown?
And you look them up, Chihuahua and Pit Bull mix. They're really athletic dogs. They look like, I mean, if you look at from the ass end when they're walking, they got these big ham hock legs in the back, and they haul ass. They run like crazy. They're funny, but they're sweet. Get my girls. Get my girls. Oh, you hug them like this. Oh. But I was gonna give this one right here. This one right here, I was gonna give to my mom, but yeah, that's not gonna work out. So I just wound up taking both of them, and it was a good thing because they wear each other out. Yes, they do. They wear each other out. What? So anyway, Terry Martin says, "I'm starting to wonder who Get a Clue is. Talk about rage. Knows a ton of judicial system. Has said Mascot is a nice little town, and he might move there." Yeah. I don't know who that is. Do you know who that is? I've seen before. Get a Clue, Rachel?
I've heard of Get a Clue, but I haven't gone to their channel.
Coco says, "Man, I needs proper info on the case. Then watch Gray Hughes. He has the best work I've seen on this case. Facts."
Gray Hughes is all right, but
He's all right.
He's not right all the time, and I'm gonna explain to you why he's not right all the time. When he was doing that Carly Russell case, he was trying to look at the interstate footage, and he went and paid like $230 for this interstate footage that was on the I-459 and 31 highway ramp. And he was looking down the eastbound lanes instead of the westbound lanes towards Tuscaloosa. Now I'm from Birmingham. I used to have to drive that way to work every single day. And I tried to tell him, look, Carly Russell, he was trying to find a tractor trailer that supposedly kidnapped her. And I said, look, dude, everybody in Birmingham knows this girl is somewhere at a hotel getting the back blown out by her boyfriend. behind her other boyfriend's back, and she just lost her job. She stole some shit from her job on the way out. I mean, we already knew, everybody on the street already knew all this shit before the news did, right? And I'm sitting
Right.
here trying to tell him this. So every mod in his chat dubbed me a troll except for one. There's a girl from Alabama, well, from Birmingham, that was in there, and I think her name was Lisa. I'm not sure. And I told her, I said, look at this camera. I said, you can see the Galleria off ramp. And I said, from the direction you're seeing this off ramp, he is looking down the wrong lanes. The camera faces and shows the westbound lanes, right? Well, the westbound lanes was what he was supposed to look at. And another thing, you couldn't see where she claimed she was kidnapped. You couldn't have seen that because it was a mile past the damn exit anyway. And I said, you're looking down the eastbound lanes trying to find two tractor trailers that are what? That are headed towards Atlanta. You're supposed to be looking down the westbound lanes like you're headed to Tuscaloosa down 459. And I was dubbed a troll. I'm a troll. I'm a troublemaker. And I wasn't even being mean about it. I was trying to help him out. But I told him, I said, Carly Russell is somewhere getting her back blown out by her boyfriend at a hotel room.
Right.
And
That was a
how
joke.
do you know that? I said, just kick back and watch. Because, you know, I know a few nurses at UAB. And it's one thing about UAB. They are the busiest hospital in one of the most violent cities in the nation. They're not going to waste their time on somebody that's lying. When she went to the hospital to get checked out, they were done with her within 2 hours at the ER. There was not a damn thing wrong with her. But her family and they needed the beds, the only reason they got kicked out. Because a ER is not going to waste their time on somebody and there's not nothing wrong with them. Not a busy ER like that. Not UAB. They don't play them games.
No.
You know,
I'm not really I'm not a Hughes fan, and I'll tell you why. So I went into the show. Somebody suggested I go check him out. So I went in and checked him out. And he's talking about something that I didn't want to be condescending to the guy and tell him he was wrong. But I went in and I asked a question. I don't even remember what it was now. But I'm in there as Crime Analysis 101. And this is what he says. We don't promote other shows in here. And then he banned me. We don't do that in here. I couldn't believe it. So he can kiss my ass. I don't have any respect for that. Guy.
When I said,
and then he talked to his subs like they were garbage, and went off on him one day. And I saw it, and I actually had a show, and I was talking about what a jerk he was, and I actually know one of his mods. So she said, "You know what, John? Since you did that, he's been super nice."
Well, the thing about it is I tried to give him information that wasn't going to be released for a whole nother day. Now, because see, the streets talk way before it comes out on the news, right? So I knew several people who knows them personally. And the whole thing was, I was telling Gray, look, nothing was wrong with her. She was at a hotel getting her back blown out, and I was a troll. Now, when she finally showed up and they did the press conference after she left the hospital, everything that I said came out in that press conference. Everything I said the day before had came out in that press conference. And I was like, look who's the troll. I tried to give him the scoop, and I got called a troll. So, screw Gray Hughes. I hope you're listening, Gray.
Yeah,
but that was me that was suddenly a troll, and I'm trying to give you the scoop before anybody else got it.
He's good with putting dots on maps and shit, but he he gives the impression that he knows what he's talking about, but he really doesn't. So he was, like I said, he was saying something that was just totally way off.
Well, let me tell you.
And I asked him a question, and it was like I was interfering with his I was insulting his integrity or something.
Do you know
He's a
how
jerk.
many people? Do you know how many people were running around in Alabama with adult diapers on, with an I-459 sticker on the ass, stamped on the ass, with a Cheez-Its t-shirt on and a Target bag to carry their
Right.
candy in? I mean, serious. That's how hard we cracked on her.
Yeah,
And not only that, the girl
tried to turn it into a racial thing. Really pissed me off.
She did try to turn it into a racial thing. That's what I said. I said, you know, if this had been a white lady blaming a bunch of black men, hell would be raised and roofs would be set on fire. You know, she didn't blame this on anybody but a white redneck trucker. You know, and she didn't see a black baby; she saw a white one. And then all of a sudden, she gets a GoFundMe up. They put a GoFundMe up. I was like, they said it was a white baby because they thought they would get more press, which is bullshit. Any baby that comes up missing is going to get a lot of press. I mean, any baby, any toddler, no matter what the race is. But see, that's how they think. But Lord forbid you bring that part of it up.
What does Kimberly say? My daughter-in-law sent me a screenshot of Tommy's community post, and it was a picture of the biggest turd I've ever seen to call out another creator and owned. Laughed my butt off. I meant really. You have to elaborate on that one a little bit. That could go many different ways. Yeah, that guy's a tool. He didn't want anything to do with me. He says, I don't want to even talk about that guy. Because we ate him alive on our show. She's talking about Tommy, Rachel. I fought the air and air won.
Man,
You're muted.
I'm telling you, Tommy was something else.
That guy.
I mean, he stabbed the air. I mean, he stabbed that air
52 times, wasn't it?
54 times.
54 times.
By the time he got done, his face was blue. He was needing oxygen, and I thought he was going to pass out. He fought the air in the air won.
Y'all, there's a show I did, and we called him out, and I had clips in there, and it was just hilarious. That guy made an absolute, and he threatened a judge. I never turned that in. I should have turned that in. I don't do that though. But he threatened a damn judge. He'd get in a world of hurt for doing that. We're coming to get you, or some shit he said. It was pretty disgusting. So what does this one say? TikTok is also claiming they may have had a witness seeing BK dump items at the Red Wolf Bridge near Albertsons. Well, I can tell you right now, they'll have divers in the water if that's the case. But that river, if that's the river I'm thinking of, the Snake River, Red Wolf Bridge, that river whips. I mean, the current is unbelievable. My son,
it's awful. And I'm going to tell you something else. Ted Bundy dumped one or two of his victims in Idaho in the Snake River, and they were never recovered.
Yeah, if my son would go to Lewiston for the World Series because he played college ball and they had the NAIA World Series in Lewiston, so he went there all 4 years of college because they would win the World Series. And he said that river is like, I mean, we're here on the coast and we get, we're the ocean's only 10 minutes from my house, and I grew up surfing. We had the inlet and the water. We have what's called Disappearing Island at Ponce Inlet. If y'all want to look up Ponce Inlet, that's basically where I live. And when the tide is going out, you're done. It will pull you out like a vacuum. And he said that river is, if you were to take a K-bar knife and throw it off a bridge in that river, I guarantee you it would probably go 100 yards before it hit the bottom. That's how bad that current rips. It would hold that knife in the water and carry it. It would not shoot straight down.
Okay, Angel. Was the shoe print in front of Dylan's door cleaned up? ? Was there more than one shoe print? Jesus. About latent
All right,
footprints again.
So let's address the latent footprint. People think when they hear latent that means there's blood. That is not what that means. So if he walked through the house and he stepped in just an area that was not maintained, it was dirty. Let's say he walked close to the wall and there was dirt close to the wall and he got dirt on his shoe, and everywhere he walked, he would just deposit that. That is a latent print. Latent does not mean blood. It just means that you have ridges and stuff that show that someone stepped there and left an imprint.
And it was also wet outside.
Yeah, the more he walked, the more it diminished. Now, I'm not saying it didn't have blood on it, because it could have, but I would also submit that if he was coming down the stairs and if the crime scene is as the PCA said, both girls were in the bed, it's unlikely, not impossible, but it's unlikely that he got blood on his shoes. Now, on the other token, if what the Gonsalves said in their last interview, and they talked about the fact that the bed was against the wall and Kaylee it was evident that she was pushed up against the wall and was fighting or, trying to get away, and he was cornering her. So just imagine your bed being in a corner and your friend laying there, he attacks her, and then you're stuck in that corner, and everywhere you move, you got to duck and dodge to try and get away. And he was probably jabbing at her, and that's why she got so much damage. So now, could he have got his feet on the bed and stepped in some of Maddie's red matter? Yeah, that could have happened. I doubt it, though.
I just think it's highly unlikely that he got any red matter on his shoes when he was upstairs.
I don't think so.
I think
now,
if there was any possibility,
yes.
I think if there was any possibility of him having red matter on his shoes, it would have happened in the Xana and Ethan incident instead of upstairs.
Unsolved. Did somebody ask you to pay $5? We don't do that here. Let's see. We don't know if Jack in the Box bag was delivered that night. Only Rory claims to have proved that. Well, there's a photo, Amy, of that Jack in the Box bag, still with the sticker on it with her name. How the sticker comes around and seals the bag. There's a picture out there. Maybe somebody can find it, but it's on the counter in the kitchen that somebody had. Because unless somebody made it up, I don't know. I believe that it was a simultaneous thing that happened. I believe she took
that bag to the kitchen. She's probably going to plate it and take it to Ethan, or she was going to get Ethan to come in the kitchen and eat with her, one or the other.
No, they were going to eat in bed together. I mean, you just get done getting it on. I'm just being blunt, y'all. I mean, hell, if I'm out with my girl, I'm not staying a night with her all the time. I'm there. It's my night to stay there. I mean, we're getting it on when I get back. I mean, I don't know if you're a two-pump chump or what. Not me. I mean, it's going to go on for a while, and I'm going to be kicked back, chilling. Food gets there. She goes out to get the food, or opens the door, gets the food, puts it on the counter, and Brian's coming down the stairs. That's what I think happened. And that's why I think the crime scene techs, I think Amy was talking about it, but where you can see the crime scene tech right there through the window, I think that's where she was attacked and wound up in the bedroom. because you're only steps away. That's what I think. Let's see. So Terry said, Kronos, watch a couple of his videos and tell me if you see what I see. He thinks he knows it all and we're all idiots. He fits the profile. He also is sending anti. Yeah. Who are you talking about? Watch who? I'm sorry. You probably sat up here somewhere, Terry. We're rolling on 3 hours and 35 minutes. Yellow Canary. Hey, Yellow Canary. What's going on? Thank you. Yes, they are cute. They are adorable.
Yeller bird.
Yellow bird. And they are so funny, man. They run at each other and they're like two trains collide. I mean, they'll hit head to head. They're hilarious. You're right, Mother Cycle Breakers. He can be very condescending, and I called him out on it big time. I thought he was an absolute jerk to his subs. He went off on a tirade on them, called them stupid and everything else. Why would you ask that stupid question or something like that? I'm like, whoa, this guy is like, who? And then he does this. Rachel, do you ever catch him? He does this thing. He puts himself in jail, and you got to pay money to get him out, to bond him out. What the hell is that all about?
Well, I know Gray gives to a lot of charities. He gives to, there's charities that he actually donates money to. That's why he goes for a goal so he can donate. So, I mean, I know he does charity work. So, I mean,
Yeah,
he's
I'd
not
like to
all
see.
bad. He's just a
I wonder
grumpy
if he proves
asshole.
that ever.
He's just a
A lot of
grumpy asshole. I mean, and
A
there's
lot of
no
people
telling
say
how
they
many
do that, and they
trolls
really
that he's
don't.
had to deal with over the years. There's really no telling how many trolls he's had to deal with. So to him, everything looks like a nail.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So I mean,
Another
I don't
Cycle
know.
Breakers said, he makes her cringe sometimes, but at least he sticks to the facts for the most part. His videos for timing and murders are really good in those comments. Yeah, I mean, he does.
Hey,
He's not a
I'll
conspiracy
tell
guy.
you
That's
who's
why
better
I
than
would never go
Gray.
after him.
I'll tell you who's better than Gray at this map shit, and that's Jeff H.
Yep. Hey,
I would put Jeff H against Gray Hughes any day of the week.
Yep. I was talking to Jeff today, and I'll talk to you all about it later. He's, I think Jeff's seeing the old light, how these people are treating him. And it's a shame. Tom says, don't trust anyone named Tom.
Well,
okay.
Well,
Tom Webster says, don't trust anyone named Tom. Yeah.
Jeff's always, I think Jeff can, I'll always welcome Jeff. I don't care.
Jeff's always welcome here. He's got
I've
a big
always
heart.
liked Jeff.
He's got a big heart, and he doesn't
He's very
like
forgiving. He thought being very forgiving would help get through these knuckleheads, but it just doesn't work.
Yeah, he's dealing with a different animal. You know what I mean? These people are not normal people. They really aren't. They're psychotic. They are nut jobs. They hate America. Anyone that would go in here and still, after all that we've seen, still say that law enforcement set Brian Kohlberger up. Sorry, you're an un-American because you're an absolute fool. Because that tells me that you just hate anything there is to do about the criminal justice system and law enforcement.
80s
and you
kid.
can say all day long that you don't, but you do. I promise you do.
80s kid. He has a way. He has a tact about himself that he does know how to push their buttons. And the little stuff that he says does make them look absolutely mindless.
Right.
But he does it in such a way that they can't get extremely mad at him because Jeff has a lot of sense. He brings a lot of sense when he comes. He's not a stupid man.
Well, he has a lot of, patience.
He has the patience of a saint.
He has patience because he's a Christian man, and he's very stern on his beliefs, and no one should fault him for that. But there comes a time, and I get on to him because there's some people that you just can't reach, but he's going to try. That's what Jesus would do, so it's one of those what would Jesus do scenarios. But Jesus also trusted Judas, and look what happened. So sometimes you just got to cut your ties and move on and quit trying to make everybody like you. I mean, everybody likes Jeff. They should. But, he goes in like Stevie Irwin. Wherever Jeff goes, he is all over Jeff. And this is a man that took Jeff's profile and created at least 3 different accounts and a whole channel using Jeff's name.
Hey, I'm gonna get off here. I've got to take my dogs off outside, and maybe somebody else can jump on with you.
All right, thanks, Rach.
You're welcome, darling.
All right, bye. All right, I'm gonna put it up here. We're gonna go another 20 minutes, and then we're gonna call it a night, everyone. So I'm gonna put the link up here if anyone wants to come up and chat. Bring it on. But if you come up here and you're some name I haven't seen before, I learned my lesson the other day. And, if you're not in chatting and then you come up, that's pretty sus. Rachel's got to take care of the dogs. She's got 2 big dogs. If my gut is right, let's see what this says. My gut is right. An accomplice or murder is still out there. Please make sure my gut is not right. You mean for the Idaho 4 case? There's no way. There's no accomplice. This man did it alone. And you know what? Stay tuned, y'all. I'm going to prove it. That he did it alone. But yeah, I get it. It's hard to believe that someone could do this in 7 or 8 minutes, but it's very plausible.
Oh, I couldn't.
Rachel's back.
I couldn't help it. Terry.
Did you miss me? You're cutting out. You back? Okay, now I can hear you.
Okay. Terry, let me explain something. There's a forensic technology they use. It's called forensic radiology. They can tell there was only one suspect. They can tell if that suspect was right or left-handed by the trajectory. What they do is they shoot contrast medium into those wounds and they run them through an MRI, and it lights up like cancer on a PET scan. They can tell the size, shape, and dimensions of the weapon that was used. They know there was only one weapon used or one type of weapon that was used. So that's how they know there was only one suspect. They also know there was only one suspect because of DNA transfer from victim to victim. There's only one suspect.
They also know there's only one suspect because when that facial recognition comes out and they had those clear shots of that car, there's only going to be one person in the car. But yes, we've talked about that before. You might have missed it, but Rachel's right. So from the very beginning, they're going to know just based at the scene, they'll know whether he was right-handed or left-handed just by the direction that the wounds went in and the exit wounds and the angles and things like that. And when you go to like this, one of these right here is a blood spatter. I'll have to get it out.
Yeah, blood spatter can also tell if somebody was right or left-handed.
Right. So the blood spatter, I went to 2 blood spatter schools, and ISCP and IPTM, and they were awesome. And I'm telling you, that's going to be when they do that 3D rendition of the crime scene, and you guys see it, you're going to see you're going to see what he did when he plunged it, pulled it out, plunged it, pulled it out. Every time he did that, it would be a cascade of fluid coming off of that knife blade. Probably hit the ceiling. I would bet you hit the ceiling. So it's going to be, we won't get to see that. We might get to see a drawing, but we're not going to get to see the crime scene footage with the carnage, which I would love to see, but they're not going to do it. Let's see here. Bella, did you leave? Good night. Bella said good night. Thank you. Good night. All right. Does anybody want to come up? Rachel's taking care of the doggies. We're going on 4 hours here. We got 15 more minutes. I'm going to run 15 more minutes, and then we're going to call it a night, y'all. There's the link. Yellow Canary, come on. Rach said he's too egotistical to invite a friend who was perfectionist. At least that's the ego type. He would never invite a friend for fear a friend would screw it up. Yeah, I mean, get caught or a friend would run his mouth. He didn't need a friend. These people were ambushed, y'all. If he'd have went in there at 2 o'clock in the daytime when they were all awake, he'd have had a problem, but he didn't. He went in there around 4 o'clock in the morning when they're laying down in bed, the ceiling's spinning because they've been partying all night. He had a total advantage over all 4 of them. He could have taken out the whole house easily if he wanted to. I'm new here and already irritated the panel guest lady with my first question. What was your question, Nanak? Let me see. Maybe I can answer you. Send me another question. I'm down at the bottom. So if we missed you or something happened, apologies. I'll answer your question. Ask your question. Nodak Angel. He ain't gonna join. Black Austin ain't gonna join. I don't even think he's a brother. You ain't no brother. Oh. Yep, same reason he used his own car. He could control it. You're right. I still don't believe that he planned on doing it that night. I believe that he was following them on social media, and the girls had diarrhea of the mouth, and he knew exactly what was going on. And at the point where Maddie announced that Kaylee was there for her last night, I think that is paramount. Because if Kaylee was the target, that's his opportunity. If Maddie was the target and Kaylee and Maddie were best friends and something happened with the 2 of them and he wanted to get both of them, again, now he knows I better do it tonight because I won't have the opportunity to do it again. So That's why I think he made all these mistakes. I think he saw it on social media, and we're going to know this because that digital footprint's going to be there. And we're going to know if he was following them on social media. And I think that's going to be key, in my opinion. The fact, that's why if you have daughters, teenage daughters, tell them they don't need to have diarrhea of the mouth and put everything that they do out there. Because, I mean, my daughter had friends on her TikTok that she didn't even know. She didn't know who they were. That's how it all starts. There was one guy on there that not on TikTok, actually on Facebook. He was like a 40-something-year-old dude stalking my teenage daughter. I blew his ass up. I'm like, you better get off my daughter's. And he's from like Arizona or somewhere. I still applaud your hard work putting together a K-bar information video. If everyone, those YouTubers like to watch, yeah, watch that. That was a Jeff and I worked together on that, and I thought it was very, very telling because I used. If anybody's ever watched Forged in Fire, they actually make, edged weapons. They'll make swords, they'll make knives. And I pulled from Forged Fire where they made a K-bar, and they show the damage that a K-bar knife will do. They were stabbing metal paint cans and everything. And then I did the shock and the frozen shock theory I used Jaws when the girl's in the boat after her boyfriend gets ate. She's curled up in a little ball, and that's frozen shock. And she can't even say shark. She screams it finally. But it was pretty good. And then I had a part where there's a guy actually wielding a knife. He shows how quick it could happen. And another one when the guy's wielding a knife and somebody's holding out a pig leg, and he's using a 3-inch knife, and he slices it and fillets that leg open like this much. I mean, think about it, y'all. How many times would I have to plunge a 7-inch K-bar knife into your body anywhere for you to be incapacitated? Anywhere in your upper torso, you're done. You're not going to be screaming. You're going to be gasping for air. This is the noise you're going to make. That's what you're going to make. That'll be about it. And then it's over. Sorry, I'm trying to read some of these and answer them as we go here. Good night, Unsolved Crimes. Welcome aboard. I appreciate having you. Hopefully you subscribed and hit that like button on your way out. Everyone, if you haven't yet, please go down to the bottom of the screen. You'll see the little thumbs up. Hit that thumbs up for me. And if you haven't subscribed, hit subscribed. And if you're new to YouTube, period, if you subscribe, it doesn't mean you don't pay anything. It's just giving me a subscription and telling YouTube that, hey, this guy's getting more and more subs, he's getting more and more likes. Let's push the algorithm out there. So if anyone gets on and wants to look up true crime, that I'll be pushed more toward the top, and I'll come up when people look for stuff like that, which we're doing really well. As far as viewings go, I mean, probably by the time, we still got 150 people in here, and probably by the time we close, we'll have well over 1,000 views, which is awesome. Our past few shows have already gotten over 5,000 views, and that's pretty good for an unannounced show. I didn't even announce tonight. I just an hour before said we're going to go live. But I'm going to start diving deep into the Rex Heuermann case and I want to start doing some more of that case. That case is really intriguing to me. Danny Rawlings attacked 2 at a time. Danny Rawlings in the beginning, Ranger, I always said this guy reminds me of Danny Rawlings because that guy was brutal. He was brutal. So if anybody gets an opportunity to look up the serial killer Danny Rawlings, he's the Gainesville slasher. He was nasty. Had no remorse for anybody, no empathy. Just like BK says in his writings that he has no empathy. He doesn't know. This guy knew what he was becoming, and it scared him. His whole family is in psychology. Both of his sisters have degrees in psychology. I think one is actually a psychologist, if I remember right. So he's trying to figure out his own. He's trying to diagnose himself, and I think he needed to know. He had that itch he had to scratch. Nadak Angel, I'm not sure if I missed the question. I'm sorry. Cut and paste it again. I can't catch everybody's questions. I'm sorry. I try. We got 5 minutes, y'all. I'm going to post the link again. If anybody wants to come up and talk, feel free. Yep, I mean, he did. He doesn't want to talk. He never wants to talk about that little boy. Just like Bundy didn't want to talk about the young girl. Yep, he took her head and put it neck to where when the whoever walked in the door would be looking right at her. He was insane. I'm going to try to get to. We have Gerald Stano was a serial killer here from Daytona. A lot of people don't know. Eileen Wuornos was from Daytona area too, and we caught her right here. But Gerald Stano, Paul Crow was the chief of police when I started, and he worked that case. I'm going to try to get Paul to come on to the show, Chief Crow, and talk about that case. He's getting up there in years, and I talked to him last year. I haven't talked to him recently. But if I can get him up to talk about Gerald Stano, that's Rachel's back. Hello? You just can't get enough of us, can you?
Well, I let the dogs out and I came back. What I was going to say
Who let the dogs out?
What I was going to say about the Gainesville Ripper, he would actually wait until the bodies were starting to go into rigor, and he would pose them. The girl that had her head placed on the shelf, he fixed her body where she was sitting on the edge of the bed, sitting upright on the edge of the bed when she went into rigor. So when they walked into that scene, it was some freaky shit.
They believe he laid with the bodies. He did all kinds of stuff. He was,
well, you know what he said?
That guy was psychopath.
He said he wanted to be famous like Bundy. And that's what a lot of people think, that Brian was mimicking the Gainesville Ripper, and he wasn't. Why would you want to mimic somebody that was copycatting another? Wouldn't you just want to mimic the source?
Right.
And Brian would have looked at the Gainesville Ripper like he was a failure because he got caught.
I think he would look at all of them as failures because they got caught. Because I believe that guy, if you were to know that guy,
admiration
he
for
was a
Bundy.
condescending little prick.
he had admiration for Bundy because Bundy was such a chameleon. He was so good at mimicking normal human emotions when he didn't have them himself. He could blend in and be social. You know what I mean? Brian didn't have that ability.
You know what's crazy about that? The whole serial killer area. Think about how many came from that area or were in that area of the country. There were several.
Well, I mean, goodness
Washington,
gracious, Florida's
Idaho.
had their fair share of them too.
Florida's had them too.
So is Louisiana and California.
Yeah. There's been some crazy ass people. I'm telling you, I think Rex Heuermann's going to be.
You know, that Lawrence Bittaker and
way more.
And Roy Norris and Lawrence Bittaker, they're the ones that had that torture van, and we go pick up young girls and torture them in that van. They played the audio recording of them torturing and killing one of those girls, and just about everybody in the courtroom had to leave when she started screaming. They couldn't stay in there, and the lead detective on that case ended up committing suicide. He was one of these big protector of women guys, and it bothered him so bad he committed suicide.
You know, you heard me talk about Gerald Stano. Gerald Stano he's very underrated. He tells a story. Chief Crow was a detective then. He interviewed him. It was he worked the case. So he tells a story about coming up a street called Mason Avenue, and they pass a small cemetery, and we used to always drive through that cemetery because it cut into a neighborhood if you were patrolling that zone. So a unit was coming out of that cemetery as he passed by with a prostitute in the car. And they got to the traffic light at Clyde Morris, and he would take his bodies out by the Daytona Beach Municipal Airport off of Bellevue Extension, it's called. It's where we found bodies out there. But he was turning left on the Clyde Morris in the turn lane, and that officer rolled up next to him, and she was getting antsy because there was homicides, open homicides, and it was getting weird. So she started to panic and wanted to get out of the car, and he saw the police car coming up, and he reached over and he plunged a knife into her chest and then pulled her over onto his lap and sat there. And when the cop came up, he waved to him and then turned left and went out and dumped the body. That's how that guy was freaking psychotic.
Oh, wow.
And he worked at a place called Hampton's Chicken, where I used to eat chicken as a kid all the time. He was a cook. But yeah, Gerald Stano, look him up. Chief Crow wrote a book about it. I forget the name of the book, but I'm going to try and get him on the show. I talk to him on Facebook every now and then. He likes my stuff all the time, so I bet you he'll come up and talk because he would love to tell a story. He's been retired for a while now. He's been retired probably 30 years. 25 years maybe. But anyway, I'm going to cut it loose. Rachel, thank you. Good night. I appreciate everybody coming in tonight, last minute. And I'm sorry if I didn't get to everybody, but those who donated super chats or whatever, I appreciate you guys too. I tried to thank all of you. There wasn't a whole lot that I missed, I don't think. But we appreciate you and look forward to some great content coming up here shortly. We'll do these little shows every now and then. This weekend, I will be playing ball, so I won't be doing anything this weekend. I'm playing my first tournament since I blew Miami out. So could be short-lived, but I'm going to try. It's been like 7 weeks now. But y'all have a great rest of your week. If I don't pop in before then, I'll see you on the next one. Good night. Thank you very much. Peace out.